It's up beautifully, doesn't it, for next Tuesday. Barcelona 3, Inter 3. Gab Marcotti joins us. We'll be hearing from Gab in a moment. But Craig, this is what Champions League football is all about. This is what we really enjoy about this tournament.
Where do we start? Where do we start? We talked on yesterday's show about the contrasting styles, and I think that's what made the game. The contrasting styles. We knew Barcelona were going to control possession. We knew they were going to have more passes. We knew Inter were going to try and be difficult to break down, but offer a threat going forward. We talked about that yesterday. They had to offer a threat, and they did. That threat got better in the second half, it has to be said. And I really believe, for all Barcelona's flair, that this game now is still 50-50. I really do. I mean, will Barcelona probably dominate in the San Siro? Yes. But when Inter can go and score 3 goals in the Montjuic, and I know others have this season, Celta Vigo, then they can certainly do it at home, and they could have had more tonight. Both sides could have had more. But I think Inter will be delighted. Disappointed they went 2-0 up and then let Barca back into it, but some of it was Barca brilliance. But this sets it up for a brilliant second leg.
It really does. Just so entertaining for the neutral.
Well, and is it possible that this is one of those very seldom times in which both teams are happy and disappointed at the same time? You think about Inter, they would have taken a draw.
Yep.
At the start of the match, they would have taken a draw. But to your point, Craig, you go up 2-0, you go up 3-2, and your calling card, what you do best, allegedly, is defending and being solid and hard to break down. And the fact that you allow 3 goals in the manner in which you did, and again, credit to Barcelona in doing that. But is there a sense that, yeah, we would have taken a draw, but there was more for us here? The same thing for Barcelona. They wanted to win this match, of course, and they'll be disappointed by the fact that they don't win at home. But you go down 2-0, you go down 3-2, and you find a way back. I think there is room here for both managers to sell these performances back to their players to set up a second leg in which we're going to see some of the same things that we saw in this first leg. One of the things that makes Barcelona so interesting to watch and so fun to watch is that there is an unwillingness to manage the game properly late in matches. That sort of verges, it really is right there on the line of lack of responsibility. When you think that, okay, look, it's 3-3, it's been a stressful match, it could have gone their way, could have gone our way, how about we don't take any more chances? And you see them still doing what they've done the whole season. That's who they are. But to anybody who's watching that wants some sort of defending or game management at the end of matches, you're going, what are they doing? Because if Inter is able to complete a couple of passes, a couple of flick-ons from Taremi, now they're going to score a 4th goal. That's how open Barcelona was. But again, this is who they have been, so we shouldn't be surprised, and that's what makes them so entertaining to watch.
Gab, even with your contrarian ways, you can't deny this was a great contest.
Oh, it was absolutely tremendous, and I think the context here really matters as well. Let's not forget, Inter were coming off 3 consecutive defeats in all competitions. They lost a derby, they lost 2 games in Serie A, they're behind Napoli now. You saw Lautaro Martinez coming off at the end of the first half, and we saw Marcus Thuram comes on the pitch, scores early. He'd had 1 training session in the previous 2 weeks. So the way they Denzel Dumfries, another one coming back from injury. So the way they interpreted this, I thought was brilliant, especially in the second half. You know, in the first half, they probably did sit too deep. And, you know, once you saw Lamine Yamal pull that out of his backside, you're thinking, oh, my God, what is this guy going to do? You've never seen a 17-year-old like this. I'm too young to have watched Pele. But tell you what, Inter were brave in the second half, like they really should have been. They pressed high, and I think fatigue started catching up with Barcelona as well, because don't forget, that was 120 minutes of Clásico that they played at the weekend.
Not bad for a guy who was injured in the warm-up.
Yeah, this was interesting, wasn't he? Went off during the warm-up, and you kind of thought, wow, he's clearly not going to start, comes out, and he becomes the youngest ever scorer in a semi-final or final of the Champions League.
He didn't look injured to me. He didn't look injured to DeBarco. and Mkhitaryan, who were trying to get out there and double up on them constantly.
Isn't it weird? Social media's a mess, I know. But if you're someone who watches football and can't appreciate this, there's something wrong with you, surely.
Yeah, you just got blinkers on with your own team, and that's kind of understandable. But this here, I mean, at this point, there wasn't enough painkillers to take the headache away from DiMarco. It just wasn't, and he's a good player. He's a terrific wing back, but it was some of this stuff from this young lad is just absolutely out of this world. And in the second half, he was a little quieter at times, but just amazing.
It's the freedom and abandonment with which he plays, which then leads to some incredible skill and an end product, which I think is so unique from what we see from most players these days. There seems to be a structure, almost robotic. This guy is very much an anomaly.
Well, most players nowadays are very rigid in the way they approach their performances, and it's all vary from point A to point B to point C, and this is how we're going to break a team down. And to your point, yes, it all seems very sequential and very structured, and Lamine Yamal is skipping steps. While everybody's thinking A to B to C, he's already on D. He's already gone. And to see it happening, and I don't want to qualify this anymore as a 17-year-old, because we already know that the kid is a genius at 17. Just to see it happen as consistently as it does, regardless of his age. Adding the age to it just makes it even more incredible. But to see it happen as consistent as it does, and the fact that there is productivity on the end of it.
Yeah.
There is a goal, there is a pass, there is an assist, there is something that Barcelona needs. And when you consider that this is a player that at the start of the season, you're thinking, okay, what is his evolution? What is his ceiling? I think he has broken through that ceiling on our own expectations and probably on the Barcelona expectations as well. What makes it even more interesting to watch Lamine Yamal is that I don't think he feels that there is a ceiling to his game. And that's how he plays. If he scores that goal in which he takes it to the outside, DiMarco goes fly by, he cuts it back and scores, just turn off the lights, warm up the bus, and let's go home. That's how he's playing, and he is one of very few players in the world that get you off your seat. Whether you're watching in the stadium or whether you're watching it back home, he is the sort of player that gets you from sitting back to sitting up and paying attention, and he does that every single game.
But with Barcelona, it's brilliance and it's bonkers.
Oh, yeah.
And it's one of the reasons why maybe the brilliance will take them into the final, and maybe the bonkers defending. And I know people don't want to hear it, Barca fans don't want to hear it, because it's had success in La Liga. But Inter Milan showed that if you're clever with your runs and your timing of the pass, you can get in behind this defence for fun and cause problems. Now, could they have done it more during this game? I think they could have done. I think they could have been brighter and sharper because there was so much space in behind. And only in the San Siro are we going to find out whether this type of defending is going to be their undoing or whether it's going to be a pathway to the final and allowing the others to go and flourish and express themselves. Because there's no doubt they can do that. But Inter are, I've said this all along, Inter and this coach and these players are a very, very clever, experienced side. And that's what's going to make the second leg so intriguing.
I want to look ahead to that second leg in a moment. I just want to take a step back because you just got quotes coming through, Gav from Inzaghi about Lamine Yamal. This is what he had to say about the 17-year-old. I haven't seen a player like Lamine Yamal in the last 8 or 9 years. We had to put 3 players on him. He really is a generational talent, Gab.
5 players, actually, for that first goal. I'll tell you what, you guys, they're dismissive that he was meaning to hit Rafinha on the one where he hit the crossbar. I don't know. I don't know where this guy, a normal player, sure, I would say, oh, look, he missed the crossbar. This guy, I really don't know. Yeah, and it's a question, you know, how do you deal with him? How do you deal with him physically? and maybe you shut off the supply to him. I saw something in this game from Barcelona. I mean, on the back of what Ali was saying as well. When Inter were settled and they were defending well, it looked to me like all Barcelona was producing was either give the ball to Yamal or have Rafinha take those long distance pot shots like he did against Real Madrid. And that tells you when players like Pedri, like De Jong, like Rafinha, guys who've been so successful, look to the 17-year-old kid. This isn't normal. So far ahead of the curve. And yeah, I think Inzaghi might have gotten carried away. I hope the Messi and Cristiano people don't come after him and remind them that Messi and Cristiano were pretty good less than 8 or 9 years ago. But man, I know exactly what he means and how he...
I'm sure he's bothered. Meanwhile, obviously we saw Koundé go down, Balde's already out, and this is a big problem as well when we talk about Barcelona's back line, is that the people that you're bringing in don't have that same sort of quality that you're replacing, and it leaves that vulnerability there.
Because he played Gerard Martin tonight, took him off, he was exposed. He played him a few weeks ago when Balde got injured, 2 or 3 weeks ago, whatever it was. Didn't fancy him, made changes and dropped Gerard Martin, and I was surprised he brought him back in tonight. But I don't think we'll see him in the second leg, put it that way. But that's a problem all the way around, and again it goes back to the fact that young Cubarsí again, that the last-ditch tackle on Marcus Thuram. He's quick, and Thuram's quite quick. But the way that he got back in there, and we talked about Cubarsí yesterday as a teenager and how he's really had to step up to the plate. But this is a problem for them. And I suppose on the other side, they had Benjamin Pavard injured, who's been a big player for them. But Barcelona's backline woes are certainly worse. And that makes it more difficult to play that squeezing the game as a unit when you're having to chop and change all these players. And you're not working with the same back four every weekend in training. So you're squeezing up together and you're dropping off together to play that offside trap. When you're having to put square pegs in round holes, that back four, when it squeezes up to try and catch people offside, can be a mess. And that's one of the problems, but that could be the biggest problem, is who puts in these positions that this back four will remain a unit and operate properly. And I think in the San Siro, I think Inter are going to be even more clever. I think they'll look at these videos and say, right, we could have taken more of an advantage of that space in behind. We took advantage of it, but we could have taken it more if we were a bit cuter and a bit more clever. And I think Hansi Flick has to be aware of that as well. We've seen him at times this season, particularly in the second half of the season, play more of a hybrid. They haven't always squeezed this high. They've maybe dropped a little deeper. And I wonder if we'll see a little bit of that in Italy, because if they don't and they get it wrong, as I say, this Inter side can and probably will take advantage. They'll be outplayed. Inter will be outplayed in the San Siro. There's very little doubt in my mind that will happen. But it's how Barcelona cope when they lose the ball. I think it's going to be a big determining factor.
It was interesting because Thuram was asked about the high line. And he was like, could you have taken advantage of it more, as Craig was saying. He's saying the problem is that you've got 11 players from the opposition in your half, already on you. There's no time to make those decisions. But I suppose the more you play, is it fair to say, the more you understand that and the more you look for solutions from that, from an Inter's perspective?
Well, I don't think it took to the second leg to figure it out. By the second half, they were already a touch away from going a 1v1 situation. In fact, Marcos Thuram himself got in behind. And had it not been from Pau Cubarsí's tackle, now they have an opportunity going on goal. What I would say about Gerard Martin, his struggles are not just from today. He was struggling in Copa del Rey final, and what it does against Barcelona is that not only do you struggle defensively with him in that position, you also struggle offensively because he doesn't quite have the same pace that Alejandro Balde, and so Barcelona becomes a very right-sided team. And who's on that right side? Lamine Yamal. Hence why we don't see Barcelona playing a lot down the left-hand side right now, because Gerard Martin doesn't give you that. He made Denzel Dumfries look like Cafu tonight, okay? And Denzel Dumfries, while he's a good player, he's not Cafu. And for those young people out there that do not know Cafu, you should.
He was man of the match.
Who's that?
Dumfries.
Well, that's what I said. I just said.
Yeah.
That's it. I don't know if you were trying to be smart there or not.
No, not at all. I was just saying.
But we've sat.
I'm just saying he was man of the match.
Well, that is my point.
Yeah.
That he made him look great.
Yep.
When you think about what the options are, and to the point that Craig was making, your center back pairing of Pau Garcia and Íñigo Martínez has been excellent. Surprisingly excellent, but excellent nonetheless. Íñigo Martínez then went down to the left-hand side. You had Eric Garcia playing right back, and the reason I bring his name up is because at one point in a sequence, when he's defending as a right back, as the ball is coming from the right-hand side where your body shape should be, I'm looking at the ball, I'm looking at the player here, his body shape was this. He's not looking at the player. And you know why that is? Because he's not a right back. And so, again, it only emboldens and highlights the point that you just made, Craig, that if you have guys out of position, how do you then find the execution and the coordination in order to keep that high line? So there is an opportunity for Inter. There is an opportunity for Denzel Dumfries to be man of the match again in the next leg. Because Barcelona gets exposed and you just have to find that switch to the point of attack. You do that consistently, you'll find opportunities.
Who was breaking the offside trap? Wing backs, midfielders. Maybe Thuram get in on the ball round the corner. We've sat here and lamented some of the players in Spain. Strikers, front men, trying to beat this offside trap, trying to be greedy and peel themselves in there.
Mbappe.
Didn't want to mention his name. He was the worst culprit in the Clásico. There have been many. And we've sat here and every weekend in La Liga went, how can experienced players not understand? If you're going to beat somebody squeezing out, it has to be a run from deep and a ball over the top. And then to figure that out. But if I was the second leg and my strikers were getting caught offside, you'd be getting fined. So you're beating an offside trap, and I don't want to pipe on, by deep runners. And it was the wing backs today, primary, that were getting in. Is it going to be the downfall of Barcelona in this competition? We're going to find out.
Go on, Gab.
No, 2 points to that. One is I totally agree with Craig. You talk wing backs. Most teams don't play with wing backs because most teams don't play with a back three. I think that also comes into it. Inter unusual, off the top of my head, I don't know many teams in Spain that play with a back three. I don't know that Barcelona would have faced many that play a back three in this competition. And of course, the way he uses Dumfries and Di Marco and Carlos Augusto when he plays is really, really effective. You saw Carlos Augusto when he came on, certainly had, as good as you can have a handle on Lamine Yamal. And I think the other point, and you saw it a little bit in this game, Inter are just a bigger, more physical team. And I think they had 2 corner kicks in this game, plus a couple set pieces. Obviously, they scored some goals off them. But this is something that, if I'm Inzaghi, I want to exploit in the second leg. Because, especially also with Koundé, who's not the biggest, but is a great leaper, with him out as well, I think Inter will feel that they can do some damage there. They've got the big boys at the back, Acerbi, Bastoni, Bisek. Barella's a great leaper as well. Thuram, hopefully he'll be fully fit. Lautaro, if he is ready for the return leg, and that's still up in the air. Of course, he came off injured. He can jump as well, even though he's a little guy. All these things together, these are the 2 obvious things that Inter can exploit. But to do that, they can't just sit deep the way they did after taking that 2-goal lead. Tempting as it is, you're not going to beat Barcelona that way. You just don't have the flat-out pace up front to go and just sit and then try to play on the counter like that.
Can you imagine if Inter had the Arsenal set-piece coach?
Imagine.
Can you imagine?
Tell you what.
With all those big players, can you imagine? Can you imagine the FaceTime he would get in Serie A?
So when you think of Craig's pet hate, you've got what? All right, Gab. You've got Arsenal set piece coach.
Well, he always comes to the fore.
You've got the Ballon d'Or, you've got the Club World Cup, you've got Kylian Mbappe in general, and you've got high boots when it's shooting in the box that aren't penalised by the officials, which takes us to the Dumfries goal here.
Which isn't really a big story of the game now. I mean, it was a goal, which is a story. I'm not in the camp that says Pedri should be braver, because I defy anybody to go and take a boot to the face. What I've never understood...
Let's try it here.
If you want. Well, the way you two were sort of looking at each other, I thought you were going to start that. I've always been of the opinion, and I'm not a killjoy, is that...
Wait, what?
How can a high boot in the penalty area be any different to a high boot somewhere else in the pitch? We have eradicated most of the dangerous tackles out of the game over the years to protect the game and protect the talent and make it a more entertaining game. Why is it okay for players to raise their boots in the box with a scissor kick or a high boot when a player's going to put his head in there to clear it and takes it in the face? I've never, ever understood the difference because of where it is in the pitch. It's either a high boot or it's not. It's either dangerous play or it's not.
Go on, Gab.
Well, leaving aside the fact that he's turning, I don't even think he sees Pedri. But yeah, Burley ball.
But it doesn't matter, Gabby. It's either a high boot or it's not a high boot.
Well, no, it does matter, because if you don't know he's there and he moves into the path of your boot, which he didn't do, because as you said, he wasn't quite that brave. But Burley ball would mean outlawing overhead kicks.
Yes.
That's what we want to do. Boring.
Yeah. Well,
who wants to see that?
No. Well, what I don't want to see is a defender not defending in the box because he's about to take a boot straight in the face. That's what I don't want to see. I mean, I had enough kicks in the face myself. I just don't understand if it's an infringement of the game's laws anywhere else in the field. Why is it okay to raise a boot in the box? And we see this one wasn't the highest. This is boring you, isn't it?
No.
This one isn't the highest as a boot, but when we see those scissor kicks that are, then I do have a problem with that.
Look, nobody loves Pedri more than I do. Love him with a passion. He could have done a better job of challenging.
Right.
Turning his back to the play doesn't help. And while I agree that it is a high boot, I think Pedri can sell this a whole lot better and make the decision a whole lot easier for the referee. Once he gets out of the way, then it becomes a free game. And give your boy Denzel Dumfries a lot of credit, because he did finish the chance quite well. I think Pedri could have done a better job of actually making the challenge, or making it look like a challenge.
The only way he can do a better job is put his face basically in the boot, and then you're getting the boot on the face. Again, I defy anybody to do that. It's an instinct, you know. When you see that, you try and protect yourself. So it's not the big story of the game. The game was great. The second leg's going to be fantastic. You know, that isn't the story, but it was a little part of it, as you know. It's not the first time I've brought that up, but those goals seem to be given, and if that's the case, then fair enough.
Hello everyone, welcome to Wednesday's ESPN FC Live. We're on Champions League semi-final watch. Today it's Barcelona against Inter. Yesterday it was Arsenal against Paris Saint-Germain. To discuss Luis Miguel Echegaray and Don Hutchinson. Don, let's start with you and let's go back to the 1st of October. Arsenal beat PSG by 2-0. It was a good win. It was a relatively comfortable win. But yesterday, they lost by 1-0, and PSG, for a lot of the game, dominated possession, and it was a comfortable win for them. So what changed in the intervening period?
Well, he had his best players back for a start, but I think what you saw in that group phase, I think very early on, is not a lot of teams knew how to manage the scenario, because 2 or 3 games in, everyone thought, it's all right, there's about 64 million games left, so he will still qualify. But I think what you're seeing now at the business end, you're seeing a Paris Saint-Germain midfield. I think it's the best. I can't remember a time where I'm looking at a 3-man midfield thinking they're all technically outstanding. Normally a manager would try and put one destroyer in there to try and have the balance, but Luis Enrique's gone, no, I want 3 players that are brilliant on the ball. They dominated Arsenal for about 40 minutes of the game last night. At times they bopped them off the pitch. At any given time it looked like we're going to score. They've got the 2 best fullbacks in world football, probably arguably the 2 best wide men in football with Kvaratskhelia, and if Dembele can float on that side, or a false 9, or Doué, I mean, they've got so much talent. And I just think you're looking at a team that's got everything. Marquinhos at the back. I mean, they look like the perfect side, which is the irony of where they were 18 months ago when they tried to by all the Galacticos, and it never worked.
It's funny, they've become a better side without Mbappe, and Real Madrid have become a worse side so far this season with Mbappe. That's certainly something to discuss later. But LME, when you look at this game, and yeah, Arsenal were on top with some of the criteria of shots and attempts on target. However, they really missed a Thomas Partey type player, didn't he? He was suspended. Will he make a difference in the way that Arsenal will approach the second leg? Because they had to kind of play Marino in that role last night, and it didn't really work. They were overrun in midfield.
Yeah, Thomas Partey's absence was big, Andy. There's no doubt about it. Specifically in those first 20 minutes when PSG, just rightly so, just were all in the face of the Gunners, as Don was mentioning. They're just such a force. And Luis Enrique, if anything, loves to punch you early. It happened against Villa in the first leg and in the second, and it happened against Arsenal as well. In the 20 minutes, Arsenal just couldn't cope. And in fact, the opening goal was a result of so many opening opportunities in that midfield. And Partey not being there forced Declan Rice, who had a good game, but when he sits a little deeper, he's not allowed to be as lethal as he was against Real Madrid. So when Partey's there, he can at least fortify that midfield for Arsenal. But who are we kidding? This is PSG, and I've said it for a while now. To me, in my opinion, on their day, they're the best team in Europe. They are just such a force. And I think that also, because I was reading so many reactions from the game yesterday, how Arsenal fans were disappointed, shocked at the lack of impetus that they could put in the game. But you're playing PSG. You're playing such a machine that you are lucky, actually, that you only conceded a goal. Kvaratskhelia could have had a penalty in those first 20 minutes. Desiree Doué, who's just a tremendous teenager, he hit the post. They had their chances, and Donnarumma obviously played a part. He's such a good goalkeeper. But this PSG side is so good. So I think that the great thing about this second leg of Parc des Princes is that they're only 1-0 down, because it could have been much worse. I see PSG still in the final. To your point, I think Partey will be able to help them in the second leg, but it's PSG's match to lose. They are just such a formidable team, and they're better off it without Kylian Mbappe.
Don, what did you make of the atmosphere last night? Because on more than one occasion I saw Arteta, I saw Martinelli, I saw Raya trying to G up the crowd, and I thought the atmosphere against Real Madrid was brilliant in the previous round, but it got better as the game wore on, especially when they went 2-0 up. The fact they conceded early last night didn't help, albeit the fans trying to get on their side. But how difficult was it for these supporters, when you see the opposition having so much of the ball, to still try and get behind your side like they did when they were 2-0 up at home to Real Madrid?
See, that's key. That's why PSG are such a good side, because obviously they got the early goal, which give them a little bit of confidence and give them that shot of confidence. But the best thing they've done in the first half an hour of the game is they kept hold of the ball. And every time Arsenal got like a throw in or a corner, they could get up for that sort of mini 10, 15 seconds, and straight away PSG would get stranglehold in possession again. And the crowd had no momentum. They couldn't get engaged in the game. The Arsenal fans, they were sort of trying, but they were relying on their team having moments. They couldn't really lift them. I wouldn't necessarily criticise the Arsenal fans for that. I would say how well done PSG managed the scenario. I thought they strangled the life out of the game with the early goal. But what they've done is they said, right, any given time, we're going to keep the ball, and we don't mind keeping the ball 60 yards away from your goal. We'll keep it on the edge of our box. We'll make little triangles. And all of a sudden, Trossard was running out of position, and they looked leggy in midfield apart from Declan Rice. They couldn't close down, and PSG were brave, and they were popping the passes. And it was like 15 passes, 20 passes, 15 passes, 20 passes. And the Arsenal fans are sitting there going, like, when can we get engaged in this game? Couldn't. They probably had 5 minutes before half-time and about 10, 15 maximum after that. The rest of the game was all PSG, and you have to credit them for doing it.
Sure, it's not a criticism of the Arsenal fans. We've all been there. It's so much easier to get behind your side when you're in the stands if you see something on the pitch that you can get behind. But when a team comes to your own stadium and dictates, it's very difficult, because you want to kind of cheer despite the fact that no one else around you's kind of cheering. So that certainly helped PSG. Here's one for you, LME. Paris Saint-Germain last night were the 14th team to win a Champions League semi-final on the road in the first leg. Only two, Ajax in 2018-19 against Spurs, and Panathinaikos in 95-96 against Ajax, were able to not capitalise on their first leg victory and reach the final. So all the eggs are in PSG's basket. However, Liverpool went to Paris and won. Is it going to be something similar to that game? Do you expect loads of possession for PSG? And Liverpool, well, they might have won, but Arsenal are going to need that luck in this second leg, and they're going to need to ensure that they're clinical in front of goal, because the tie's not over yet.
No, it's not over. It's only 1-0. But, this is definitely favoring PSG to finish this up at Parc des Princes. And you could have very much a possession-centric PSG, but one most importantly that just wants to get you from the get-go. Here's the key thing for Arsenal in the second leg. Do not concede early once again, because PSG, as soon as that whistle goes, they're going to come at you once again. And it doesn't matter if Dembele is healthy or not. They still have Barcola. They still have Kvaratskhelia. They've still got all these weapons. Due, of course, the midfield, the best fullbacks, as Don was talking about, in Hakimi and Nuno Mendes. They're going to come at you very early on. So you have to make sure that you settle everything, that you calm the stadium down, because that stadium is going to be rocking. Because guess what? Arsenal are dying for that first ever Champions League trophy, but so are PSG. They want this really, really badly. So just hold everything for 20 minutes. Just make it clear, and then hopefully build into it. And hopefully Mikel Arteta can say to them, listen, boys, we went to the Bernabeu. I know that we were leading by 3 goals, but we had to hold the defending champions here, and we did that. Let's do it again here in Paris. Partey is going to be a key factor, and I think that they just have to make sure that they don't over-rely on Bukayo Saka. Because what Luis Enrique did yesterday was look, everything is going down that right wing, so let's double up on Saka and hope that they just pass it to somebody else and we'll take care of business. And that's exactly what happened. So don't concede early. Try and be a little bit more diversifying your attack. Get Martinelli more involved, and hopefully you can come out of something. But you're asking me right now, no, PSG is going to be in this final. They're just too good.
They should be, but stranger things have happened. Don, before we look at PSG, let's take a look at Arsenal and where they are and what they need. Because I don't think they're far away. I don't think they're far away from a proper title challenge, but they need a striker. I think the left side of their team needs improved. They've got a really good midfield. They've got a decent defence when everybody's fit. How many players are they away from potentially being favourites in a Champions League semi-final? Not that they were this time. And potentially challenging for a Premier League title. How many players away?
3. And I disagree with they've got a great midfield. I'm not too sure Marino's a fantastic midfield player. I think he's good. But
he's a squad player. When everyone's fit, he's not going to start when everybody's fit. You've got Declan Rice, you've got Martin Odegaard. Okay, so you've got decent ones in there.
Well, if you're an Arsenal fan, that's the one player, which I don't agree with, by the way. That's the one player they're starting to get on the backs of Odegaard. They think he's slow, he's predictable, he slows things down. He didn't have a good game last night. I mean, who would, to be fair, against that PSG midfield? But Thomas Partey's contract's up at the end of the season, so he might not be there. So they're going to need to buy a stellar holding midfield player. So you think, right, if that midfield's going to be strong next season, they're going to need a holding midfield player. 100% they're going to need a number 9. And they need competition on their left-hand side. Which I think is the way to go, but I don't think Arteta sees it the same way. I think Nwaneri could play on that side instead of Martinelli. Then you'd have Nwaneri on the left-hand side. You have Bukayo on the right-hand side, and a number 9. So if he doesn't, and he sees Nwaneri as backup to Bukayo Saka, then he's going to need another left-sided player. So you're looking at 3 players if they're going to be contenders for a Champions League final and trying to win the Premier League next season, because we've sat here for years and everyone's sort of skewed the stats when they've gone, but they've still scored 80-odd goals. They don't have a striker. They don't have a world-class striker. You're asking Trossard to be a world-class striker against Marquinhos. You're asking Marino to play as a false 9 up against some of the best centre-backs, and he's done a pretty good job, but it's not his position. You've seen how much he struggled last night. When you ask a midfield player to go and play as a false 9 for 6 weeks, then against PSG, go and trying to be a midfielder, trying to do a completely different job. So I think, to answer your question, at least 3.
Yeah, the midfield, whether it's Partey and Rice or whether it's Odegaard playing in a deeper role, it's something they need to kind of strengthen in front of them. Whether they're playing a 4-3-3, are they playing Saka on the right, which he probably will, left-hand side Martinelli, LME, it's the Trossard thing that gets me. In that he's a good player, he's a very good Premier League player, he'll get you goals there, but he's not someone you want to go in, and it's nothing against him, but you can't go into a Champions League semi-final when you're facing the likes of Dembele and Doué and others, and Kvaratskhelia, when you've got Leandro Trossard as someone who you're going to get goals from.
Yeah, and not only the Champions League semi-final, MD, but let's remember, 13 draws in the Premier League this season. They've given up away so many points. And I said it from the very beginning, and we keep saying it over and over again. Arsenal are a very, very good team. They're a Champions League worthy team. But if you want to win a trophy, if you want to win the Premier League, you need a complete squad. And I'm pretty much in tangent with what Don's talking about. With the number one priority, you need a number 9 who can get you out of situations in ugly moments. Not just a good 9, not just a talented one, but a world-class striker that can get you goals. In answer to your question about Trossard, because Bukayo Saka demands so much attention on the right wing, but he's also inconsistent in terms of his health. You're not always going to be able to rely on him, for the entire season. Martinelli is a wonderful talent, but again, he's also inconsistent. You need a 9 that can get you out of situations whenever it's sticky and it's 1-1, or you're chasing something and somebody out of somewhere can get you something. So I think that's the main component. Arsenal are a very good team. They are a great project, but they're not right now a champion. They can be, but they need to be smart this summer.
He reminds me of Jota at Liverpool, Trossard.
Yeah.
He reminds me of Jota.
Really good player.
Really
and
good
could do
player.
a lot of different things, but you don't want to rely on him to get 20 goals a season.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. So you have to go into the market. And what you would do when you go in the market is not only you strengthen your side, but psychologically, everyone around will go, let's just say it's Gyökeres, he's just hit 60 and 60. Let's say Arsenal buy him. And all of a sudden, everyone around the Premier League goes, oh my days, what a centre forward they've just bought. So psychologically, it's going to boost the Arsenal fans if they see someone that's prolific come through the door, because that's what they've been shouting from the rooftops for the last 5 years, what they've needed, which is absolutely right. And the Arsenal fans have been bang on. And so has all the pundits. They do need that number 9. But also it takes one away from the likes of Liverpool, because they'll have to go and try and strengthen and try and get the same sort of numbers. Same as Man City. So all the teams that are in the Premier League, and at any given time, if you've got Gyökeres is a number 9 and then he's not playing in a domestic cup competition, but Trossard is, or Martinelli is, that's where the strength and depth comes from. That's why you have to bring in world-class players. It's the only way, Mark, that you win Champions Leagues. Yep. It's the only way you win domestic titles. Honestly, it is. You have to have a team at any given time that you can amalgamate a team and go, right, if we put a Liverpool versus Man United team together, just giving Man U a little shout, because I was chatting about them the other day, and you go, how many players gets the Liverpool team? 0. How many Man United players get into the Newcastle team? Maybe 1, Bruno Fernandes. So Arsenal have got to have the same. When you talk about Arsenal and you talk about Liverpool and you go, right, how many players will get in the Liverpool team? There's probably 2 or 3. Well, you're going to need a lot more than that to go into a domestic title competition against Liverpool and Man City, and maybe another, and then go and win the Champions League. You've got to seriously beef up your first 11 and beef up the squad.
Arsenal are at a crossroads right now. They deserve to be in the semi-final of the Champions League. But that's as good as they are right now. It's kind of on the outside looking in. Now it's up to the board. It's up to those who own the football club and run the football club to support Mikel Arteta, to go and get what he needs to take Arsenal from where they are right now to be proper contenders for both the league and the Champions League. Because you know what? That's what PSG have done. Yeah, they lost Kylian Mbappe, but they have added so well. What about the man management of Luis Enrique, Don, and what he has done with those players? He's got a whole host of young talent at his disposal. He's got a whole host of experienced talent at his disposal. And he's got them playing for him and for each other. And now they've got as much a chance as Barcelona of winning the Champions League. So what's he done?
Well, what he's done, he's got characters like Marquinhos who can run the dressing room for him. So first and foremost, if you're a manager, and because the majority of us players, we spend every single day, or the majority of the day, in the dressing room with our teammates. You're only on the grass for about an hour and a half tops. So the rest of the time you're in the training ground, you're on a match day, you're in that dressing room with your teammates. You need, as a manager, you need that captain like Marquinhos, who can run the dressing room and keep the culture strong. And then what you do is you buy, or you have young players that will follow your lead, because he's a very good manager, unbelievable footballer, fantastic pedigree. So the players don't look at the coach and saying he's not a winner, because he is. Then they see Marquinhos, who's the captain, who's dragging all the standards up. Then they've added pace, they've added quality. I don't ever get the sense that PSG are carrying any passengers. That's another great thing. And at the same time, I would imagine those young players will look at the manager thinking like, we've got to follow him. This guy's got one of the best CVs out there. And by the way, as a player, if you want to do your research and go on YouTube and watch any social media sites, how good Luis Enrique was as a player, you'd want to follow him because he'll tell you how to play football. He'll show you how to play football. And as I said before, he's not conforming to, I must have a destroyer in midfield. I want my teams to dominate the ball, so I'm going to pick brilliant footballers. So you know if you're going to get in that PSG team, you're not in that team to be like a hod carrier. You're in that team because you're going to be brilliant on the ball. And that's amazing for a player to have when a manager trusts you.
Yeah, I wanted to add something and echo some of the things that Don was talking about regarding Luis Enrique. When his Spanish national team lost to Morocco in the World Cup in 2022 and he left the national team, he went through a massive personal reflection about who he wanted to be as a manager in continuation for whatever club he was about to choose, which is obviously PSG after that. Luis Enrique, as you know, the son of Barcelona, obviously we know what he did as a manager as well, with Messi, Neymar, and Lucho Suarez, also the winner of a treble as a manager there. But he was building up his philosophy from just a possession-based centric that Barcelona is all about. And when and the lessons that he learned from being a manager in Spain and entering PSG, he learned one thing, which possession is important, but high intensity possession and intoxicating your opponent is lethal. And it can be so good as long as you have a team that's collectively all with one objective. So when Kylian Mbappé left, this was his golden opportunity to create a squad that followed one single objective, to be as lethal as possible, like a swarm of wasps. And that's exactly what PSGs are. I remember when the reason why Dembele didn't play in that game when Arsenal won against PSG back in October was because he was suspended. Luis Enrique suspended him because of things that were going externally, right? Disciplinary issues. What did Dembele, and Luis Enrique gave Dembele an option. He said, this is it for you. What are you going to do and react to this? Are you going to rise up and try and be our best player and be a star and Ballon d'Or contender, or are you going to nag and complain? So he did the opposite. He absolutely lived up to expectation and he followed everything that Luis Enrique was all about. I love Luis Enrique's management because he's not just a manager, he's a teacher. And every single one of these players, doesn't matter whether you're Hakimi or Kvaratskhelia or Vitinha, they're all in on the system. And that's why they're so wonderful to watch. And if they keep on being on it, they're going to absolutely win this Champions League. He's such a good manager that continues to learn, which is amazing.
With that 1-0 advantage. For more, let's welcome in, shall we? Stuart Robson joins us. We'll hear from Robbo in a moment. But Craig, overall, just a better team. PSG in the end?
Slightly on the night. I mean, Arsenal wore back into it as the game went on. We saw Aston Villa do that to PSG a little bit, so that's a little warning for them when teams get at them. But I think particularly the first 35 minutes, there was two teams that wanted to pass the ball and two teams that wanted to press the ball. And PSG did both of those things better. Their pressing was more intense and Arsenal struggled to handle it. Their passing was slick, it was fast, it was incisive, and they again looked the real deal.
Yeah.
And yes, Thomas Partey's going to be coming back from suspension. That'll be a boost and a bolster to the midfield. But this PSG side at home, I think, are going to have another off day if this Arsenal team are going to win it. They're not out of it. They are not out of it, and they did create chances. And Mikel Merino will probably play further up when Partey comes into the midfield. But this PSG team are slick, and I think in the first 35 minutes,
we
saw that.
Yeah, that's the point. They kind of set the tone of that whole match, didn't they, within that opening half an hour?
It was impressive how comfortable and confident they were with the possession of the ball. And it was a possession of the ball that they took all over the field. The sequence for the goal, Ousmane Dembele, starts really at the back. And Arsenal think, well, we're pinning PSG back, we're pressing them, we're getting numbers around the ball. Their ability to ignore the crowd, to ignore the energy, and to just focus on execution. And the passing game that Craig is talking about, In order for it to be slick, you have to have a whole lot of confidence and you have to have a whole lot of quality to be able to do so. That this evening, this stadium, oh yeah, all the surrounding that you have seen some teams haven't been able to deal with that. PSG, we saw them deal with that at Anfield and we saw them deal with that again today. Able to pass the ball as they wanted to, certainly in the first half. Second half got a little different, but the first half, those first 30 minutes, lights out from PSG.
And it's interesting because it was all about that first 30 minutes going into the game, Robert, because we saw Arteta on TikTok trying to get all the fans together to build up a European night that wouldn't be forgotten for Arsenal. Yet if you can't do it on the pitch, the fans don't have anything to cheer about.
No, you can't just keep having the players trying to whip the crowd up and the manager trying to whip the crowd up. You whip the crowd up by winning the ball back in good areas. You get the crowd going by playing around the pressure. And as the two guys in the studio have just said, Arsenal didn't do that particularly well and PSG did it much better. PSG's passing in that first half, and it was the work rate of the three midfield players, not over from box to box, but those 10-yard runs to get away from their marker, to play the next ball one touch, one round the corner, to play the right pass. The weight of the passing, the movement of the players, knowing where the next pass was, Arsenal couldn't cope with that in the first 35 minutes. And that was the big problem for Arsenal. They were totally outplayed in that first 30 minutes.
You look at someone like Scalia as well, who just adds that attacking threat, that extra bit of quality. And Dembele, we've talked so much about, who's in contention for the Ballon d'Or, getting a goal on a big night again.
Yeah, big performance from him in terms of his goal. Scalia wasn't as much of a threat in the second half, but the first half, just a big threat. Barkley can come on. You know, there's just so many. I mean, these numbers, we've obviously watched a lot of him, particularly at Dortmund, and then Barca, and now PSG. And what he's doing now is just total consistency. Something that he didn't have before. He was, late for training. He was having these disciplinary issues. He was going through on these one-on-ones, and the ball wasn't even coming close to the target most of the time. He's really cleaned all those up. And when we talk about big players performing, I don't know what the guys think, but when we talk a lot about Martin Odegaard, and he's a tidy, clever player that can pick a defence apart. But generally I'm seeing him do that, certainly at times this season, not so much in the big games. In the games that Arsenal dominate and, against the weaker teams in the Premier League, he sometimes looks lights out. But when I watch him in games like this, against this, as Robbo mentioned, this quality midfield, all similar size to Odegaard apart from Fabian Ruiz, all really tidy on the ball, nobody over physical. For me, at the moment, he's not doing enough in these big games. It was Declan Rice that was driving them forward. It was Declan Rice that was getting on the ball. It was Mikel Merino that was getting in the box. Yeah, he had some tidy passes. But when we're talking about big players, I don't quite think Martin Odegaard, and maybe that's one of the reasons, as good a player as he is, that Real Madrid said, no, we don't think you're quite good enough here. And I think he has to have a bigger game in Paris. And also when PSG press, William Saliba and Kivior do not look comfortable. They do not look as comfortable as Pacho and Marquinhos. They look really nervous when PSG presses. Saliba's made a couple of mistakes recently on the ball in the Premier League where he's been caught. He got away with a couple tonight. And so there's a lot of thinking to do for Arsenal in this second leg, but they have to get their big players on the ball, and that includes Martin Odegaard, who really, I think, didn't affect the game tonight.
Couple of points about Dembele for a second. Injured today.
So came off in the second half.
We don't know exactly what that will be and if indeed he'll be available. But assuming that he's available, it's hard to understand, as former players ourselves, how his skill set didn't quite work out in wide areas, and when he comes now underneath or is playing in a central area, it seems to be where, for some odd reason, now he's playing at his highest level. His skill set tells you he's a 1v1 player. His skill set tells you he's going to run by people and he's going to be effective doing that, which he was able to do when he's playing in wide areas, but there was no final product. Now you're looking at a guy who's a playmaker and a guy who drops underneath, who drives at people in crowded areas instead of looking for space, and somehow that's the best of Ousmane Dembele. Look, I would have failed miserably coaching this guy because I would have played him out on the side time and time again. Somehow Luis Enrique has found this role for Ousmane Dembele, and he seems to be getting the best out of Dembele consistently, to your point, Craig, which nobody else has. Nobody else has been able to do this. So if indeed he's not available, that's a big miss. As for Martin Odegaard, what I would say is not enough passing the ball forward. Yeah. Penetrating passes. To your point about...
Is that because there isn't a number 9 to link up to? Are we going all the way around?
Yeah, well, okay, but you can find a penetrating pass to Martinelli, which Luis Skelly did. You can find a penetrating pass on the other side or to Leandro Trossard. You can find a penetrating pass to, at the very least, move PSG back, and then you can get the ball back, and then you can start making an advanced position. But what I see from him, it's the comfortable pass back, the comfortable sideways. Find Bukayo Saka in behind. Those spaces are there. And you know why those spaces are there? Because Nuno Mendes likes to go. Because Hakimi likes to go. And when they go, there are spaces available for Arsenal. But to your point, Craig, it is Declan Rice that creates that space for Leandro Trossard because he ran past the midfield of PSG. We don't see Odegaard either passing past that pressure or running by that pressure. Too comfortable passing the ball sideways and back.
He's got a big, he's part of it. I prefer over Martin, no, not Odegaard. Fabian Ruiz has been around for a while, but Vitinha and João Neves are excellent. In the modern game, you'd say they're not going to be able to cut the mustard at elite level. They're not big enough, they're not strong enough, they're not the quickest. The modern game demands all those, skill sets, but no, because they're clever. Yeah. They're clever, they're very good on the ball, they're clever, they take up good space, they're aware of what's around them when they get on the ball. If it needs to be played forward, they play it forward. If it needs to go back to Marquinhos, it goes back. At the moment, and Arsenal have been strong in midfield all season, and they'll be a bit stronger than they should be when Partey comes back for the second leg. But you would say at the moment that this PSG midfield, which is really the engine room of this side, is stronger than Arsenal right now.
How much can you offer up the fact that Partey obviously was suspended for this tie, for that happening, Robbo?
Well, it does then mean that Declan Rice can play that little bit further forward. So that gives them a little bit more momentum, I would say, in front areas. He can make runs into the box as well and get on the end of crosses. Partey is a good defensive player. I don't think he's a wonderful passer of the ball. But as the two guys have said, Odegaard isn't penetrating enough at the moment. And with the two chances they had, which Ali said, one is Declan Rice picks up the ball and runs past midfield players, so it opens up space. Hakimi was caught high up the field on that occasion. And the second one, when Luis Skelly gets the one, he turns his man and now's driving towards the goal. So you can then pick another pass out. That's what Odegaard has to do, but I don't think he's got the capabilities because he's not athletic enough. He's not dynamic enough when he gets half a yard to beat people. The only player that can do that in the front areas is obviously Martinelli can do it, but doesn't do it consistently. Saka was the danger whenever he got on the ball.
Robbo, what could have Arteta done differently today?
Well, I think they got caught up in that first 30 minutes. Do we press the ball? Do we drop off? But they didn't do it. He didn't do it very well. When you're playing against a very good side, you've got to make it difficult for them to play. And that sometimes means, you let them have the ball, but you force them into certain areas. So you know how to defend from that sort of area if it goes to the left back. They made a couple of different things. If I was on the sidelines, I'd have been saying to Timber, don't go on the straight angle to Kvaratskhelia, because every time that ball gets played, we've locked them in, they play the ball down the side, he's only going to take his touch infield. He's right foot, he's going to take his touch inside. And he committed 3 or 4 fouls and let PSG out. That when Arsenal actually pressed the ball quite well. So that was one area they had a problem. And they didn't pick up players that went short, as Dembele did for the goal. And they did it about 4 times in the game when it went out to Mendes on the left-hand side, when they look as though they got it locked in, and he played that sort of diagonal ball, and a midfield player or Dembele dropped that little bit deeper and found that bit of space. So there were 1 or 2 things that I think Arteta could have done a lot better. And I think they could have played with higher intensity at the very start of the game.
It's a big test for Arsenal now in this second leg. A big test to their mentality, their ability to roll their sleeves up and go against the odds. Because let's be honest, and we've all heard it about the injuries, and they've had it, Saka's been out and he's been out, but they've used it as an excuse. Their title challenge to Liverpool's embarrassing. They're double digits. Mm-hmm. So this is a big day for them. no excuses. When they go to Paris, they know they're a good side. They know PSG are slick. It's time for these big players to turn up. Not more than about, Kai Havertz is out. Is that making a big difference? Not really. Not really. Yeah, they missed Gabriel, but Kivier's actually done a good job for them. So it's a big test of this squad's mentality, if we've been honest about it, because their Premier League title race has been a damp squib. This has been their saving grace because they get knocked out of all the other cup competitions in England by poor sides. And if they go there and crumble, it's really not a good look on Mikel Arteta and the players.
So just to add to that point, we've seen though PSG crumble so many times in this position where they take an advantage into the second leg. Is there a different smell to this side this time around?
Absolutely, there is a different smell to this side. I look at this PSG team, and there is a different smell to this side compared to what this team was in the league phase.
Yeah, is it struggling against Girona?
And it's really hard to understand and wrap your head around the fact that this is the same team that was struggling in the manner in which they were. So one would argue, well, what a job this has been from Luis Enrique. But the players themselves have picked up the level of play to the point to where we're talking about Vitinha in the manner in which we are, Joao Neves, Fabian Ruiz, players that we knew were good, but Vitinha has taken his game to a different level, and that's clear to see. Dembele has found a consistency that wasn't there. Due comes from who knows where, and so confident on the ball taking players on. Kvaratskhelia, who's a newly acquired player and has fit in as well as he has. And Donnarumma making saves. I think we kind of taken that for granted now. Donnarumma making saves, big saves in big moments, hasn't been the story of PSG in the past. In fact, he's been more likely to make mistakes. I think about playing against Real Madrid a few seasons ago, in which it was his mistake that allowed Real Madrid back into that match against PSG. He's coming up with big saves. And so we're trying to look for reasons as to why PSG are going to collapse. And actually, I'm trying to find difficulties coming up with reasons as to why Arsenal comes back. Right. Because we're still asking the same question that we were asking at the beginning of the season, middle of the season. Now we're getting towards the end of the season. Who's going to score the big goal for Arsenal? Yeah. That has been the question for years, and that hasn't been addressed. And if it's not a set piece, then where do the goals come from? Today they had two clear opportunities, Trossard and Martinelli. Donnarumma came up with the saves, but beyond that, there wasn't a whole lot that you can say, man.
There's almost like this desperation, we'll get a set piece, and that'll do it.
And so the corner late in the match, and then at the stadium we decided, here's where the goal comes from. And the set piece coach comes up on the screen, and now he becomes the superstar of this team. The superstar of this team's got to be somebody who's scoring a big goal for this team in a game that matters, and that hasn't quite happened.
The trajectory of this side, though, has been quite amazing from the start of this season. Almost as equal as the sort of downward spiral that we saw from Man City. You know, when you're talking about, we didn't expect that. We didn't expect it from Man City. We didn't expect this from PSG. We just did not. There is a different smell about them, but there's also a slight concern if you think back to the at least 20 minutes in the second half against Aston Villa, where they lost their shape, where they are not out of this company. Of course they're not, but they could have been against a side that were not fancied to go all the way in Aston Villa. Yes, they were at home, second leg. Villa, they got the crowd behind them and all that, but the chances Villa created were clear-cut. And this PSG side left themselves too wide open. And I hope for their sakes that they learn from that, because that's the one thing that could be detrimental to them. They'll probably outplay most teams. I mean, head-to-head with Barca, that would be close. But they'll probably outplay most teams. As long as they don't lose their shape and lose the ability to do the basics of the game defensively when in possession, they are going to be a tough nut to crack, but we did see a little bit of that at Villa Park. They got away with it on that occasion. We'll see what happens in the second leg, but I think at the moment it's looking like, unless PSG crumble, then it's going to be a tough night in Paris for Arsenal.
If that's what you're Arsenal, that's what you're hanging your hat on.
But you're not out of it.
No, most
absolutely 1-0, and
but
you're a good side.
But you're up against a proper team who aren't going to give you
absolutely a proper team.
Robert, how would you divvy this up percentage-wise?
I would say it's 80-20 in terms of
Wow.
80% in terms of PSG and the difference between them now and earlier on in the season is they've now got pace in the front areas, people that can go past people. Anybody that saw the game at the Emirates earlier on in the season, they passed it for fun but went nowhere with it. Now they've got players that can run with the ball. Now they've got pace to run at people and go past people. And that changes the whole way they pass the ball in midfield. And that's why the opposition can't press them quite so easily.
And if you've got Bukayo, and Kvaratskhelia was the same, Arsenal tried to crowd him out. It was crystal clear that whenever Bukayo Saka got the ball, he had the odd occasion he was one-on-one, but most of the time there was at least two around him, sometimes three. On those occasions, you have to be clever. You're not always going to beat a couple of players. You pop it off. If there's two defenders going out to you, there's got to be a spare man somewhere. So you've got to utilise the fact that your strength, and PSG have this as well, but they're a little bit more cute in doing it. When they see they're getting doubled up on, they pop it off. And I think when Bukayo Saka sees that happening to him, I think, right, I'm unlikely to beat these two or three, so there has to be spare men. We can start popping it off and there's going to be space there. That's where Arsenal have to be clever, because PSG are going to man-mark and double up on your biggest threat. And at the moment, Arsenal's biggest threat is the wide players, in particular Bukayo Saka.
80-20?
I'm not quite there yet. I'm going to say 60-40, and that's been kind.
Well, I'll split the difference.
70-30?
70-30. Yeah, no, I think another thing that I think is impressive about PSG, you're talking about doubling up. You have to have the players that are willing to do that job.
To do the work, yeah.
Yeah, so Kvaratskhelia coming back and helping. Doué coming back and helping, knowing full well that if you're going to have this place interchange and player rotation that PSG likes to do, where Nuno Mendes appears somehow as the center forward at one point or another, somebody has to cover that. Somebody has to make that 50-yard sprint to be able to cover that space. And you see a lot of that going on from PSG. I'm going to say 70-30. PSG is a much different team than what we have seen in the past.
Robbo, I'm concerned with your attire. Are you okay? You look a bit sweaty. Do you need to have some sort of substitution, clothes change at half-time here?
No, I'm absolutely fine. And it's very warm in England at the moment. It's
well, I can see.
It's about 30 degrees, so yeah, it's pretty warm. But there we go.
I was kind of thinking that maybe you weren't supposed to be on tonight, and you've just come off your own machine.
Oh, there we go. That's great. And you come and do a job, and you just get sick. Where's HR when you need them?
Oh, well, there we go. Lovely. All right, Robbo. Well, we'll stick with that.
I mean, just sum up how impressive this is. Another title win, 6 in a row for Chelsea.
Yeah, good morning, guys. It was a very, very good game last night at Leeds Sports Village. I thought Manchester United were excellent, but of course, Chelsea knew the assignment and they did it. I thought they were brilliant. They were resilient, defended well, and they obviously got the big goal in the end, which, I mean, a draw would have sealed it, considering the Arsenal result earlier in the evening. But I thought it just showed what they're about. Beast mode, mentality monsters are phrases that get used a lot for this Chelsea side, and they showed it again last night.
Izzy, I mean, often when a new manager comes in after such a successful one, I mean, Emma Hayes left, she'd done it all, won everything. You would have forgiven Sonia Bonpasta for taking a bit of time to sort of get used to life at Chelsea. But goodness me, she's done a great job to come in and win the league.
Yeah, and she's very humble in saying that she inherited, a brilliant squad set up by Emma Hayes and obviously the staff at Chelsea. They know what it takes. I think the reality is the squad was built this season in particular to win the Champions League, and they obviously got a really big defeat last weekend against Barcelona to eliminate them from the Champions League competition. So then to refocus the players and get them ready for last night's game against Manchester United, I thought they showed tremendous character, resilience, and super impressive from Sonia Bonpastor, who, as a manager, oozes, loads of emotional control. Her leadership's brilliant, and I think her and her staff have done a terrific job this season.
And, I mean, they've obviously still got more they can actually achieve this season as well, more records that they could break. Are they simply the best team that the WSL has ever seen?
Well, yeah, history tells us that. The stats tell us that. They have been dominant. I think, you go back to 2011 when the WSL was formed, you got Arsenal and Manchester City, who will probably argue against that, but I think the stats don't lie. Chelsea, 6 back-to-back league titles, the dominance across domestic competitions. The kryptonite is the Champions League. So I imagine the camp will be somewhat bittersweet. But the fact that they've moved on and domestic treble is still an opportunity. They've obviously got the League Cup. They won the league last night. And then they've got the FA Cup coming up on the 18th of May against Manchester United again. And Manchester United are the holders of the FA Cup. So they've got something huge to hold on to there. So I do think they are dominant. They're brilliant. And it's up to the other teams around them now to catch them and knock them off their perch.
Do you see their dominance ending anytime soon, Izzy? I mean, surely someone's going to have to win the league again soon, other than them.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say because Chelsea continue to evolve and recruit really, really well across Europe. They've brought in some world-class players that have added to the squad. And other clubs, struggle to do that with such a great impact because of financial resources. But there are other ways to do it as well, and managers need time. I think what Arsenal are building under Rene Slagers is very impressive. Big window coming up for them in the summer. And the same for Manchester City, who definitely want to, reinstate, their dominance as well with their playing style and, how massive that club is as well. So there's a lot to look forward to for WSL fans. I do think that Chelsea lead the way at the moment. But last night, if anyone watched the game, will understand that the intensity that Manchester United played at really showed us that next season isn't going to be easy at all for Chelsea to win the league again.
OK, you could well be right. Izzy, great to speak to you as always. Thanks so much for coming on.
Thank you.
We're going to start with Manchester City, though, and Rodri has returned to training after having knee surgery back in September. Now, City have a big couple of months, don't they, coming up, as they try to secure a top 5 finish in the Premier League. They also have the FA Cup final, that's next month, and then the new Club World Cup in June. So will Pep Guardiola have the Ballon d'Or winner available? Well, Peter Stevenson is at the club's training ground for us right now. Good to see you, Peter. We saw Rodri back on the grass, didn't we, in training, but the fans will be desperate to know when he'll be back on the pitch.
Yeah, I think Pep Guardiola will be equally desperate as well, because there's such 2 big players that his side have been missing. Obviously, Rodri since September, but Haaland's been out now for a few weeks. The news about him is that he's just not ready to return against Wolves tomorrow night. But then the bigger focus, if you like, is, as you say, the welcome sight of Rodri, Ballon d'Or winner, such a pivotal figure for City in recent seasons, and being back on the grass obviously is the first stage, the first step, if you like, and then there's going to be a gradual reintroduction to playing, you would think. As you say, it's a busy couple of months with the Premier League season to wrap up, a cup final, and then the tournament in America. So the big question is, I suppose, when will we see Rodri play again? Pep Guardiola says that's a question for the medics.
Please, that Erling is back, that Rodri is back in the training session. So the moment the doctor make a surgery, the moment the physio doctor said Rodri can start to play minutes, and after that he will start to play minutes. But the doctors have to tell me. So it was a difficult injury. It was the injury the 7 months to 11 months, more or less. The doctor said he feels really good. Every day is making sessions, but we have to wait. We have to wait to make a step backwards and injure again, and that's why you have to be careful. The important is one training session, another one, and every time he feels better. And when the doctor said Rodri is stable and he can start to play, and after that he's going to come back.
I guess, Pep, the fans will want to know when they're going to see him actually play again. Pep, do you see him playing in the Premier League this season, or maybe the cup final, Rodri?
I don't know. I always said the doctor will tell me.
Peter, City will play in a 3rd consecutive FA Cup final against Crystal Palace, of course. So do you think that their last chance at silverware will take any precedence over their Champions League ambitions at all?
Vicky, I always find that's a bit of a tricky one for a manager. Do you want to show off a trophy? Do you want to have something tangible to get your hands on? A big day out at Wembley that all the fans can enjoy? Or do you want to be a little bit more pragmatic and think, actually, a Champions League place would be better for us next season, better for the club's profile? Really a tricky one, I suppose. If you're being really greedy, you say, yeah, we'll take both. But of course, that might not happen. So we did ask Pep Guardiola today, what would he prefer, third place or that trophy?
The most important thing is Wolves. And I have to select the best players to play against Wolves. And I have to have a long week to prepare against Southampton. This is only a concern I have. When the doctor said to me the fixtures not just for Rodri, for Merlin, for the other ones can do it, I will start to think about it.
Third place or FA Cup, if you had to choose?
Wolves.
But despite his focus at club level being on the race for the Champions League next season, did he have one eye on the semi-finals this week at all?
I think he had both eyes, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. Sounds like he's been glued to his TV set most of the week because when you're Guardiola, you're a student of the game, aren't you? You're forever learning about the game right across the world, right across Europe, certainly. And yes, City may have missed out on going deep into the Champions League this season, but there's been two very, very tasty semi-final first legs to admire. And Guardiola can't wait for the return legs next week.
Not surprised how nice was the game. So thanks to this type of games, the stadiums never ever will be empty. And our business will grow up. So I just can be grateful for the two semi-finals because both were unbelievable, especially yesterday game. So when you play like Barcelona play, the stadiums never ever will be empty. And we can live in that business for a long, long time. So it doesn't matter results. So how proud the people who love Barcelona we are, you know? And I think Inter prove again how when we won the Champions League against the opponent what we played and we face. It's incredible Inter how good defend in the transitions and physicality and well organized. Inzaghi is an unbelievable manager, so yeah, will be next Tuesday and Wednesday will be incredible 2 games. I think the fantastic 4 teams and they deserve to be there.
So you see, Vicky, what that does, I think, is it whets the appetite. Even if you've seen as much football as Guardiola has over the years, those 2 games really, really excite you, and there's loads of anticipation to come for those second legs. Loads of anticipation, too, about what we could find here tomorrow night. 2 teams really in form. City have won 3 on the bounce. Wolves have won 6 on the bounce, and they've not won 7 for 80 years. I reckon they'll come here really up for it tomorrow. Should be a good game.
Yeah, I would agree with you. Thank you ever so much, Peter.
Welcome back to Bilbao and the Bilbao. I managed to find some Manchester United fans who's enjoying the sights. Alan and Derek and Alan, lovely to see you both. Thank you very much for joining us. First of all, how are you enjoying Bilbao?
Wonderful. We've been here a few times. We played Atletico, so we went to San Sebastian. So we'll be back again, hopefully, for the final.
And what about you, Alan? How are you enjoying Bilbao so far?
Oh, it's really good. There's lots to do, lots of nice places to visit, lots of local bars and scenery. So yeah, it's good, lovely place, yeah.
The reason, Derek, I knew you were a Manchester United fan, not in a creepy way. I saw your tattoo. Let's show everyone at home if you don't mind. Brilliant. One love. I mean, just tell us about how that love has been going on this season, because it's been a crazy season, hasn't it?
Probably in my 50-odd years of watching United, it's been the most trying. Not playing well, but we're fans and that's what we do. We follow them everywhere.
Talk to me about Ruben Amorim, Alan. How do you feel like the process is going on so far? Taking charge halfway through the season, how do you kind of evaluate it so far?
We just need to give him time, give him patience. I mean, we keep getting rid of managers season after season, so I think it's a difficult situation for him. There's a lot of stuff going on at the club. Everybody knows there's going to be departures, so we've just got to try and get through to the end of the season. Hopefully, if we can stay in this, hopefully get to the final, win it, it will give us something positive to hopefully build on. But we're under no illusions, he's got a massive job on his hands.
Absolutely. And Derek, I spoke to Ruben Amorim yesterday in his news conference. He was pretty blunt. Athletic Bilbao, Athletic Club, they have the best defence in La Liga. United struggling to score goals at the moment. I mean, how do you see tonight going? is it kind of, let's just bring them back to Old Trafford tonight with the game in the balance?
I think we play worse at Old Trafford, to be honest with you. But yeah, we would take a draw tonight. We'll take a draw.
And what about you, Alan? Same question, really. I mean, goals seem to be a struggle in the Premier League, not so much in Europe, though. I mean, how are you thinking about tonight overall?
I think it'd be a tough game. I mean, looking at Bilbao, they don't really give too many goals away. They're quite solid, but yeah, I think probably if we will need to score, I believe. So if we can get a score draw and hopefully do the job at Old Trafford, but I don't really want another cliffhanger like Lyon. So it would be nice to have a bit of a, decent lead to take back. But yeah, I would take a draw and do the job at Old Trafford.
And just final question, how are you both feeling about Ruben Amorim just generally? I know he'll get the summer to hopefully build that team. Very much everyone, do you feel behind Amorim going forward?
He's inherited 3 managers, poor signings, so obviously he's got a lot to do, and I'm sure he will move people along.
I get the impression you agree with that.
Yeah, we've just got to give the guy a chance. I mean, he has got a lot of, let's call it, clutter to sort out, but I think he knows what he's doing, and just get through this season, start rebuilding and give him time.
Derek, score prediction?
1-1.
Alan?
1-1.
Very, very confident, I can sense from the United fans. But look, they're hoping this isn't their last European journey for a few years, and that comes by getting to the final here in Bilbao, but they'll have to get through an incredibly tough team, and that starts tonight.
Right, for more on that result, you can see we've got Paul Merson with us looking ahead to a big night for English teams, Paul, in Europe as well. Goodness me. We've got to start by looking back, though. Last night, we've got to start with that sensational game. What a watch it was as well. Quite incredible, wasn't it?
Yeah, phenomenal football match. I watched it this morning when I got in. I don't usually watch games again, but when I knew the score, I come in and watched the whole game. So it was absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, a proper game of football. I've said it to Milan from the start. I just thought defensively they were very good, but they can mix it. They've scored 5 goals in the last 2 games against Bayern Munich and Barcelona. But yeah, just an unbelievable football match. 7 football matches don't come along too often, if I'm being honest.
Nor do talents like Lamine Yamal either. I mean, he's just 17 years old. What an incredible talent. Is he the best in the world?
He won't be far off it. He won't be far off it. I mean, he's 17 years of age. He's played 100 games already. Yeah. It's phenomenal. The thing that's mind-blowing, in my opinion, it's mind-blowing. He'll get the ball. He'll beat players. He'll get his head. He makes the right decision every single time, virtually. His decision-making is absolutely scary for a 17-year-old kid. He plays like a 28, 29-year-old. That's what separates him from everybody. For a young age to make decisions like he does on a consistent basis is mind-blowing. And long as he keeps his head and he keeps on doing what he's doing, he's going to be the greatest player we see, in my opinion, if he keeps on doing what he does. Because to do this at 17 years of age, honestly, it's just mind-blowing.
I mean, he's obviously already bettered Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo at this age. It's never good to compare, but we've got to compare him with them, of course. Where do you think he does rank in terms of those current talents?
Yeah, when you're talking about Messi and Ronaldo, you're talking over longevity from 17, 18 years of age up to now where we're well into their late 30s and they're still performing at the height, still putting in unbelievable performances. That's going to be the one. The easiest thing in the world is to get to the top. The hardest thing in the world is to stay there and to stay there on a consistent basis. He's going to be highlighted now. Every team talk he does will be stop Lamine. He's going to come inside on his left foot, stop him, double up. That's now when he's got to go, right, how good is he and how good will he be when he can sort out that situation where players are doubling up and they're making him go onto his right foot when he doesn't want to go onto it. So, only time will tell. But at the moment, as we're living in the moment, wow, let's enjoy it. I mean, it's absolutely phenomenal what he's doing. And as I say, the game's about decision-making, and his decision-making for a 17-year-old is off the charts.
I mean, you mentioned it, didn't you? 100 games already. Is there a concern, though? It could all just be a bit too much on such a young player.
Yeah, I mean, only time will tell on that. I think he'll have to be looked after. He looks like he's a level-headed kid. He looks after himself. You know, he's not playing in the hardest league in the world. It's not like he's playing in the Premier League at the moment. He's playing in Spain, where he's playing in the top team that dominate. They play a certain way. It's pretty gung-ho. You have a shot, we have a shot. See who misses first, and they will lose the game. So it's a good team to play for. It's a great club to be at the moment in his age and his development and the way they play. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought so. I wouldn't have thought so at the moment. I know he's played 100 games, but, you know, what do you want to play? Do you want to play 100 games or do 300 training sessions? I know what I'd rather do. I'd rather play the 100 games and train every single day of my life. You know, I want to play football. That's what it's all about.
Goodness me. How do you see the second leg going? We're not going to want to miss this one, are we?
You know, I don't know. Honestly, I know it won't be 0-0, but it could go any way. You know, there's no away goals anymore. Barcelona play one way. They play one way, and that's like they just go out, all out attack. We'll score more goals than you. We will let in goals, but we'll score goals. I didn't think Inter Milan had this in them. The last two games, I watched them at Man City in the Champions League, 0-0. Man City really didn't look like scoring too many goals that day, and I thought, these will win the Champions League. Defensively, they're very good. They can nick a goal here and there. They're disciplined. But the last two games against Bayern Munich and Barcelona, I didn't think they had that in them. And I think they can mix it. I think this could go to penalties in another high-scoring game, like 2-2 or something like that. But yeah, I mean, it's one of them games you can't wait for next week now. Absolutely can't wait.
Yeah, very true.
Now, it is a crucial night for Manchester United as they take on Athletic Club in Bilbao for the first leg of their Europa League semi-final.
That's right, Hannah. And someone who will have a particular interest in this tie is Miguel Lourenço Pereira, a Portuguese football journalist who's followed Ruben Amorim's career, but has also written a book called Passion: Journey to the Soul of Spanish Football. Brilliant to see you, mate. Thank you so much for coming on today on Sky Sports News. Let me start by asking you about Ruben Amorim. Have you been surprised at how tough he's found it at Manchester United?
Well, good morning, first of all. And no, I haven't, because essentially Ruben is a manager that has a very strong belief in the way that he sees the game and his tactics. And he would arrive always to a team that was not built exactly for the way that he likes to play. So I think from day one, he knew that he needed a period of adaptation to the strengths of the Premier League. But at the same time, being in a European semi-final, after so many years of bad performances from Man United in Europe is also a plus for him. And he'll be looking forward for next summer to try to strengthen his squad with the type of players that he will need to make his idea work. And that is probably what he's thinking right now. Getting the job done in Europe and then going to the summer market and get ready for next season to be on full.
Miguel, you followed Amorim's career in depth, probably more so than anyone. Is this the toughest period of his time as a manager overall?
Yes, obviously, because Man United is such a giant football club, and when you come from a reality as Portuguese football, which is relatively important in European football, but not at the level of the Premier League, and you are used to manage football clubs that are with the demands much less than United has, it's always very tough. But at the same time, Amorim has proved himself to have strong character, has proven himself to be faithful to his own idea. So I think he already knew that this was going to happen, or at least some of the things that he's living were going to happen. And I think the focus that he always had in European football this season, to go all the way to the final, to buy himself a go-kart for the summer, was always part of the plan. He knew that the Premier League is the toughest league in the world. He knew he was going to play against sides that can beat him at any given week because of the quality of the squads, the quality of the managers, the nature of the Premier League as it is. But then in Europe, Man United proved themselves to have a stronger squad, and now is 180 minutes away of playing a final and to become only the fourth manager in the history of the club to win the European Cup. So it's also exciting times for him as well.
Oh, absolutely. And where would a Europa League win rank among all of his achievements so far in his career?
Well, I think it would be number one, of course, because
Hello, 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 hello. Hi, hi. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, good whatever time it might be in your location. God is good all the time. All right, people. Anybody got the lineup for the game today? Anybody? Maybe it's already there or not. Let me double check so we can see together the lineup. This is it. Okay, interact with this thing here. So that put it here somewhere. Okay, so let's double check together and see if we have the lineup. All right, so the lineup is already there. As you can tell on your screen, so I am discovering with you. Jorgensen in goal, Anchapong, Uncle Tosin, Badiashile, Pukurea, Rhys James, Dewsbury Hall, Madueke, Enzo, Sancho, and Tariq George. Interesting. So on the bench, Bergstrom, Kurd, Cowell, Chalobah, Gusto, Caicedo, Amogu, Welsh, Palmer, Neto, Moika, and Nicholas Jackson. Yeah, good. Good to give some rest to Cole Palmer. I was thinking that the manager was gonna like play Palmer and Jackson and everybody, because to be honest with you, my focus is on Sunday. Whatever. Yeah, this weekend against Liverpool. It's more important for me than all this, because this one we can win with the so-called weaker team or the academy. We can still win this game if we just do the right things. We do the minimum things, we can win it. So yeah, so it's a mixture of something here. Jorgensen, Anchapong, Tosin, Badiashile, Pukurea, James, Dewsbury Hall, Madueke, Enzo, Sancho, George, and Bergstrom on the bench. Kurd, those are goalkeepers from the academy. Cowell, Chalobah, Gusto, Caicedo, Amogu, Welsh, Palmer, Neto, Moika, and Nicholas Jackson. Nicola Jackson. Remember how he pronounced his name? Nicola Jackson. All right. I will definitely check on. Mr. Arsenal for Life said that he changed his name to UCL Winner 2025. Congratulations, brother. Congratulations. Arsenal always win the quadruple every single season, right? The beginning of the season is, oh, we're going to win everything. FA Cup, Carabao Cup, Premier League, Champions League, Mickey Mouse Cup, we're going to win everything. And then they start going back. And then, oh, we have bigger fish to fry. We're going to focus on the Premier League now. We're going to win the Premier League. And then, boom, when they don't win it, oh, next season, we're going to do it again. And that's how the cycle of Arsenal every single season. They win nothing, but they have big mouth. Like my brother Arsenal for Life here. I know him for years. Every year, bro. Every year the same. But I still believe that Arsenal can beat PSG and qualify for the final. I'm not sure they're going to win the final, but they still have a chance. They have one tough game in the final. They have 2 games this season that they can focus and win a big trophy. Why not? Somebody is in the backstage. Yeah. Mr. Twin Sage.
How you doing there,
Sage.
brother?
I'm doing good. How about the Twins?
They're going good, man. Yo, quick question, man.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, this is the Conference League, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, who won last year? Was it Aston Villa or did they lose?
Aston Villa didn't even get to the final. I don't think so. Who won last season the Conference League?
Oh, was it a German team, I think?
Yeah, probably Frankfurt or a team from... Yeah, it could be a team from Germany. To be honest with you, I don't really care about this competition, bro. You can ask me thousands of questions. I don't know anything. I can just know that West Ham won the competition couple of seasons ago. The season before that, it was Jose Mourinho. So I will just know the big games or, you know, the big players that I've been watching or played for Chelsea or manager that managed Chelsea. But this is not like...
Wait, Mourinho did win it?
He won the
Roma?
first season. Yeah. He won with Roma. And then the second season, it was David Moyes.
David Moyes, yes.
David Moyes with West Ham United. And then I'm trying to cheat here on internet so I can say that I knew it. Yeah. No, it's not Atalanta. That was Atalanta was in the Europa League. We're talking about Conference League, all right? So I see Murphy, my brother, there telling me that that it was Atalanta against Bayern. Conference League winner.
Now, what does the winner get? You know how in Europa League, I think they go into Champions League.
Yeah, you go to Conference League. You go to you go to Europa League if you win. If you win the yeah.
Hello?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Oh, okay, you went back quiet. So now
I think last season was Olympiacos, I think, against Fiorentina, because Fiorentina actually lost 2 finals in a row. They are very unlucky. If you can't really win this trophy, so they lost back-to-back finals. So Olympiacos won it.
No?
Huh?
Aubameyang?
Aubameyang is playing. No, he's now playing in Saudi somewhere. Yeah, Saudi Arabia.
That's right. All right. So let's say Chelsea wins the cup, right? This Conference League.
Yes, sir.
But what if Chelsea ends up top 4?
I would prefer to even to lose this cup and qualify for the Champions League. That's how bad it is. But Chelsea fans, we try to find some kind of consolation to say, oh, we're going to be the only team in Europe to win the 3 trophies, Europa League, Champions League, and Conference League. But nobody really cares. It's not something that you will see me opening the champagne here the way I did with other trophies that we won. It's just, oh, it's a trophy. Yeah, Mickey Mouse. But I don't know, man. I don't feel anything about this competition. It's a win. It's a trophy.
No, I can get it.
But I don't know, man.
Yeah, it's like a 3rd-tier trophy. It's
yeah.
like...
You're going to Kazakhstan, bro. Kazakhstan in the middle of the winter. Kazakhstan is like minus 40 degrees over there. You play outside. Right?
What?
It just...
No wonder their team is horrible.
Yeah, they are trying to build some stadium like domes where they can close. But the last time Chelsea went there, actually, they played outside. It was cold for the kid. People were freezing in December. That is a human right there. We have to send Donald Trump to see the situation because otherwise.
Send Doge.
Yeah, send Elon Musk to check on the situation. Doge over there.
You know, one of my favorite things about this channel has ever been?
Say it again.
My favorite moment, one of my favorite moments, top 3 favorite moments of this channel has to be, I think it's the same guy that you were just saying, that I think it was last year or the year before when Arsenal was
Arsenal
like,
for life. Yeah.
yeah, they were like top 2 or they were the first one in the league.
Yeah.
In the Premier League, and the guy was like, "Oh, we're winning all 4 trophies." And then as the seasons got closer to ending, he was like, "No, we got 3 trophies. It's okay. That's the only 3 we care about." And then boom, and then it went to 2 trophies. He was like, "All right, we got this one trophy," and they ended up with nothing.
Yeah, that is Arsenal DNA. They're always big mouth, talk, but not doing enough for. In the end,
his name was legendary because I think he was like Arsenal 4 champions or something like that.
His name is Arsenal for life. That is his screen name. But
oh my god, I'll never forget.
You know, Arsenal still got a chance. Like I feel like they can score. If they score early in Paris, they have a chance. So I'm not going to even celebrate or banter right now because it could just come and bite me in the backside. So I'm like, okay, it is what it is. I don't like PSG, but I'm going to be supporting them because of Arsenal. That's the problem. Like, if I have to hate one team, I will hate Arsenal more than PSG. So that's the way it is.
Dembele is right now dangerous, man.
Yeah, no Mbappe, no problem. The team is working very good. No Messi, no problem. Because I know why you hate PSG. It's because of Messi. Or they mistreated him. Hello, he was paid like crazy, ridiculous amount of money. I will get that money for you to mistreat me. Give me that money and treat me the way you treated Messi. The guy was living like a prince. Like the entire country shut down because of that brother. You know, the Eiffel Tower, everything was given to him. He was literally the president of France. But I don't understand you Messi people. You try to blame people who took care of Messi. You know what I mean?
Fuck Paris. Fuck the French.
Oh.
That's why that country is becoming a third world country because they suck.
Ooh, that's harsh. That's very harsh. You have to take that back. You can't say that. You really should take that back. I think it's very harsh. No, it's hard.
The French suck. That's why French fries in the United States are called American fries.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, I have some good news for Arsenal for life. Just to make him happy. So everybody thinks Arsenal. We saw yesterday. We thought I didn't think, but we saw Inter Milan go 2-0 up. We thought, Barcelona's finished. We saw them come back. Those guys were brilliant. But no, there's an interesting omen stat. So 3 times it's happened in history. In 1978, Pope John Paul died. Nottingham Forest won the Champions League.
I know this.
In 2005, Pope John Paul II passed away. Liverpool won the Champions League. In 2022, Pope Benedict passed away. Man City won the league. In 2025, Pope Francis has passed away. So Arsenal will maybe win the league, win the Champions League.
Yeah, those things also are made to expire, though. The expiration date is over. It's just like before Chelsea played Bayern Munich. They say no English team or national team ever beat a German team on penalties or something. And there was something going on like don't underestimate German and some kind of things. And like 99% of people say that Chelsea were going to lose, and playing the final in the Bayern Arena in in Germany and winning on penalties. Everything was broken that day. So I don't really believe on those.
Without your captain on top of that.
Yeah.
Without the captain, the biggest, the most important player in your team wasn't even playing. So that was like, wow. That was some kind of. They must have gone to Ghana or Nigeria to go and do some juju, because that was not normal. They should not have won that game. But that was on paper. But in the reality is, on the field, on the day, you know, sometimes if you were like the Bayern München, the expectation was so everybody expecting you to win, you can freeze. You know, it happens. So big teams, they can freeze. The pressure gets too much to them. Wow, a team, the Chelsea, that day they had nothing to lose. The underdog, it's always good to be the underdog because you can play free in your mind, you're free in your body. And and that's what happened that day there. So you never know. Arsenal's going to Parc des Princes. They're the complete underdogs. Everybody expects this guy, Dembele, is going to run rings around Arsenal, and Arsenal will play free. I'm not sure about that, but they have nothing to lose, and Paris has everything to win. And I don't know what's going to happen. The other game, Inter Milan and Barcelona, they're two brilliant teams. You know, one wants the ball, one's tiki-taka, what have you, and the other one just waits for you to attack, and then they'll hit you in the counter-attack with lightning speed. So that is going to be a very interesting matchup there. I don't know how that's going to go, but I think...
Yeah.
I have no idea. I don't know.
Especially in Milan.
Yeah, but Aziz will know. Aziz will probably know how that will end. I don't know.
But maybe it's me. Maybe I'm crazy, but I feel, what was the point of having the teams ranked, right? Who was the first one? Arsenal? Or who was the first team ranked?
Ranked? I don't know. There's all the usual suspects. Bayern München and...
No. Who was number... no, it wasn't PSG. Who was number one?
Number one on what?
On the Champions League bracket, the rank. Who ended up first?
The one that was favorite to win it?
Yeah. Number one.
You talking about seeding? You talking about seeding or what?
Seeding, yes.
Okay, the seeding.
It's been always like Real Madrid every year. Right?
No. But this year, remember, they were doing number one, number two, number three. Who's number one?
I don't know. I don't
Man
understand.
City. Probably Man City.
No, it wasn't Man City.
Liverpool?
Oh, Liverpool. That's right, Liverpool. Okay, so this is my point. Who was after Liverpool? It was Barcelona. Barcelona ended second. If you end up in the top, I think you should, like in the NBA over here, if you end up in the top, you should be given the right to play the away game home. Yeah. You should be given the second leg of the fixture.
That is going to happen next season. I heard that some changes like that are going to happen because they took away like the away goals.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's not going to be like even extra time in like league phases because there are so many teams now and players are tired. So if you go to extra time, it's going to go straight to penalties.
I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. So let's say Barcelona, right now, they're playing the second leg away. They're playing in Milan.
Mm-hmm.
I find it so stupid because Barcelona ended up in a better position than Milan. They should be given the right to be playing the second game at home. You get me?
But this is like it was a draw that was made,
which is silly to me.
Yeah,
I think
so a draw.
The top tier team
that
be...
avoid also that kind of privilege of because you are Barcelona and you rank higher than such a team,
but
and then you have the right
Barcelona
to do this.
second. Come on, nobody expected Barcelona second.
No, I mean they should just leave it that way. I think in the pool stage, they can do something like that because they took the away goal. But you know, it's just fair. You can play home, you play away, and you have to win your games. Why do we have to give advantage to you? And if we look at what the team, like, be honest, in the last 5 years, in the Champions League, which team been doing better between Barcelona and Inter? Inter 2 years ago they were in the final. Barcelona, I don't know when they were in the final. Again, I don't know.
It's been a while.
Been a while. So technically, even what you're saying, I think it's fair that Barcelona plays home.
It's not about what's about the past. It's about now. You get me? It's
But
about
yes, now, how do you measure now in terms of the Champions League?
Exactly.
And that's what I'm saying by the seeding. Look where
But
Barcelona is.
the seeding, I think they're gonna be higher. I think Inter are higher and more.
No, Barcelona second.
I don't know. I've never checked it.
Anyway, seeding, that is just relative. That is just a case of opinion. So it's one
Come
person's
on,
opinion.
man.
Yeah, it is.
Hold on,
It
I'll
is.
be right back. Right back.
Okay,
I'll leave
no
this
problem.
topic.
No problem.
Seedings
I'll
are
be
normally.
here. Aziz, are you there?
Hey, hello. Good afternoon, sir.
The king.
Yeah. I was listening to what my brother was just talking about, seedings and everything. I've always said, when you bring Americans into a football that is normal, they will turn the normal to abnormal. Where in God's given earth will Barcelona, because of seedings, will play twice at home because they're a big club? You see where I'm coming from?
Making me laugh.
That is why American football will never grow. That is why anything sport in America, apart from basketball, it can never grow. You know why? Because mentality like that, seedings. You remember, I don't know if you watched American soccer in 1994, the way they used to play penalty. It was like three touches before you shoot.
Yeah, that's right. You're triple, yeah.
Yeah, like what the hell? Leave it the way it is. That's even when they came to England and started purchasing clubs in England, you see the way they messed up our league. Leave it the way it is. But if I say something now, other people will be like, "Oh, I shouldn't say that." But I'm just saying the truth. Where is the mentality in that? Let's be frank. That's unfair to the smaller team, not having their fans in there, not having their fans to be able to shout to put their teams up.
I think away fan they can even travel. I mean,
Mr. House, how many? Okay, can away fan fill in 40,000 seats? Can away fans fill in 50,000 feet? Let's call a spade a spade. It doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Let's be frank.
There are some teams which could fill 50,000 feet. I can give you a few names.
But like because the own team is going to be the own team is okay. I'll give you an example. Would you want to go play Madrid twice in their home when you know?
That's you're killing the spirit. You're killing the spirit. You're killing the spirit of the Champions League.
Do you want to let New Camp be rebuilt back? I know New Camp, they are fixing the stadium. Do you want to go play twice in New Camp? Do you know how big New Camp is?
That is huge.
I don't even think that he said that. I think he said
that is what he's trying to say, Mr. House.
Maybe I didn't get it correctly.
That is what, obviously, I watch American sport a lot. That is what he's trying to say, that the away fans should be able to play twice. It's just like basketball seeding. That's why he was trying to say that. If the number one team.
I think what he wants to do, I think what his optimal idea is that there shouldn't be two legs. It should just be one leg. And like American football, and they should play in Barcelona. He doesn't want two legs.
That's unfair. Why don't?
That's what he wants. That's what he wants. Just one leg.
Or maybe the way I understood it is like Barcelona is supposed to play like away. The first leg need to be away, so the second leg home, so they can have advantage.
No, he didn't say it like that. He didn't say it like that.
I didn't get it the way I interpreted what he was saying. Maybe
what he was trying to say is that Barcelona can play twice. That I swear.
That wouldn't make any sense. That would kill the spirit of the game. Then it'd just be so unfair.
Yeah, it reminds me of the COVID season. Remember the COVID season? There was remember one time during the semi-finals, they're only playing one leg. Starting from the quarterfinals, they're only playing one leg. Remember?
Didn't they have that tournament in Portugal or something? They had that.
He messed up the whole
Final Four. Final Four or something.
Yeah, he messed up the atmosphere. You understand what I'm saying? What if? You understand? It messed it up.
Let me ask you a small question about the coughing virus, the COVID season. So remember, at some point there was no fans in the stadium. So my question for you: where was football more enjoyable with no fans? Remember, they had this fake fan noise. The TV would put the fake noise in the background, and some games there'll be no noise. What did you prefer? Did you prefer to watch the games with no noise or the fake noise?
No, because soccer was not really interesting like during that.
No, but just give it a choice. Give it a choice. What was better, the fake noise or the loud noise? Which was better?
Fake noise. You understand? The fake noise. Yeah. Because you understand, it's just gonna be like a training ground. If you're just only watching, it's not gonna. You won't feel it. That is why soccer is the best. Football, soccer is the best league in the best sport in the world.
But wasn't it funny when you watched at the beginning when they had no fake noise? You can hear all the players talking on the field. It was so weird, man. Every single comment and you stupid bastard or whatever. Hey, pass the ball.
You can't feel the. You understand like you want to play. You remember, like you going to like when Rooney said something. He said, "In the history of my football in England, there's only one place I hate playing football, Anfield." He said, the fans will make it unbearable for you. One, they will be cursing your mama, cursing everything about you. Even if you want to. So he said that always fueled him a lot. That's why he's always kicking people recklessly in Anfield. He said he hates playing in Anfield. And most players will always say it. They feel because of the fans there. You understand? I remember when we used to have like Blackpool, the fans in Blackpool, Warsaw, they'll make life miserable for you. But now, football, like I said, now is what it is in soccer.
Oh, but you saw that some Everton fan, they went and bought all the Bengali flares, the flares. And he changed them. He took all the red ones and put blue ones. He put blue ones instead. So some of those guys, they bought the flares. They thought there would be red flares to celebrate. Blue smoke was coming. Oh, that is terrible. That is real banter. That would really make people. I would be so angry, man. And
I have to say hello to you guys. I just got to work now. What is the squad out yet? The team news is there. Mm-hmm. Who's playing?
Everybody.
For real?
Yeah. Because you're not watching, let me read for you.
No, I can always watch it on my phone. I have I have Paramount on my phone and I can connect my stuff from my distance.
Yeah, so Jorgensen, Anchapong, Tosen, Badiashile, Kukurea, James, Dewsbury Hall, Madueke, Enzo, Sancho, and Tariq George. On the bench, we have Bergstrom, Kurd, those are the goalkeepers from the academy. Corwell, Chaluba, Gusto, Caicedo, Amogu, Welsh, Palmer, Neto, Mueka, and Nicholas Jackson. So two cases that we have. The world class himself, Mr. Goat, Robert Sanchez, got a knock in training, so he didn't travel. And also the guy that everybody hate, Christopher Nkunku, also got a knock and he didn't travel.
Good. But that lineup is actually pretty good. I like the lineup. It's not actually quite a good one.
To be honest, with Nkunku, I'm tired of defending that brother. That brother mentally is out of Chelsea. I'm tired of talking about him. I'm just tired. He should go back. There are some players I just want them out of Chelsea. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to shy to say it. Wesley Fofana, I just want him out.
Yeah, but Mr. Oakes wrote on the ticker tape that Chelsea will listen to offers for Fofana.
No, I had a story too that Chelsea are willing to listen to offer, but Chelsea will loan him out and put a buy clause
What's
So
the
Chelsea
point?
can make their money back.
But he's a good player and all that, but maybe at this level, with his injuries, he can't.
Of injury. I remember when me and Mr. Oz were complaining, don't buy this guy. Because of injury, yeah, this guy is still playing like a 21-year-old player. Or he's not playing, how old is he now? 24? He's not playing like a 24-year-old player because what's his name? Fofana.
Oh, you're talking about Fofana? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because he didn't have chance to develop his skills. Because he's always, Fofana only played 15 games this season. All competition.
But I think he has to mature mentally and maybe
total game for Chelsea is 33.
He has to
His
adjust.
total game for Chelsea, 33 games for Chelsea in 3 seasons. That is poor.
Yeah, but maybe he has to adjust his game and grow up and become.
That is what I'm saying. He's still playing like a 21-year-old player.
Exactly.
He's
not developed because of 3 or 4 years of very, very bad injuries.
You see, that's what I'm talking about.
So he missed important steps.
He missed the important stage of his life. So you see some stupid yellow cards he's receiving. Yellow cards that you'll be like, why are you getting that yellow card? You see what I'm saying? Why are you fouling him?
Mature enough.
Why are you fouling him almost in your box 18? Things I expect Achipong they should do. I don't expect you to do that for a French international player. If he wants to go back to Marseille, I want to ask you a question, Mr. Oz. I want to ask you a question. Did you watch this guy's interview? Fofana's interview when he said he wants to return back to Marseille. What's the difference between him and Lukaku's interview?
I didn't watch the interview. I
Go watch
heard.
the interview again, too, please.
I didn't watch the interview. I don't know if that was. I don't know if that was an interview or people say he is open to returning to Marseille. He is open to return. That was the same
thing Lukaku said.
No, Lukaku. It was different than.
What did he say?
Well, Lukaku was, first of all, he complained about not playing, about the system under Thomas Tuchel, the guy who just won the Champions League, and he was just absolutely like a god. You can't touch him. So there was a lot of politics in the Lukaku interview that he said he said that before even the end of his career, he said he would like to return to Inter and not when he's finished, basically. So people interpreted that as, okay, you want to go now because he say he need to go when he's on his prime. And it's a lot of things that combined in the Lukaku interview. People didn't like him for, getting in trouble with the manager that you can't touch. And people took many things out of context, but what he said also was interpreted in different ways. So
he said he wanted to go back home. So that was basically disrespecting the Chelsea community, and he didn't almost like say my heart doesn't belong here; it belongs in Inter. So I'm not surprised Chelsea fans went completely crazy against him. I didn't care. I said, you know what?
Yeah, he said many things that were also taken out of context, but everybody, when you say something, people can interpret many ways. I am even victim on this channel when you say something like, I want Boniface, but there's nothing wrong by getting Osimhen. Somebody is going to say, you the guy who said that we don't need this Osimhen guy, So there are always people who interpret, like, just because your number one choice is not one person doesn't mean that you don't like him or you don't want him at Chelsea. This is my preference, but if another person comes, and then we're going to support 100%. People will take it out of context. That is the way and the life that we are living on interpretation. Manchester United against Bilbao, people. Onana in goal, Lindelof, Mazraoui, Maguire, Bruno Fernandes, Hoyland, Dorgu, Yoro, Garnacho, let me finish, Casemiro, Ugarte, And let's go. I'm checking. No Mason Mount. What the hell? Amas and some other guys. Yeah, go. What do you wanted to say?
Did you see Mason Mount against who was that? Was it Bournemouth? He had an open sitter, complete sitter. But I looked at this guy and said, you know what? There's something that your luck is not with you. He's so unlucky. But hey, how did you say? You said Bruno Fernandes. You said something else. You didn't say. How did you pronounce his name?
I think in Portuguese they pronounce it like Fernandes.
Ooh,
that's how they pronounce it in Portuguese. But English people, they're gonna say everything. They're gonna say Fernandes.
Okay, wow, but you just sound so much nicer when you say.
Echoes. You just open something.
No, somebody was trying to phone me. Somebody was trying to phone me. I closed. I switched. Sorry. That's why every time
if somebody's calling, you have to finish talking first.
No, they always phone me when I'm talking. So I get very irritated. You know, they have the whole day to phone, and then once you're on live, that's when they decide to phone. So, why? And you had the whole day. Where were you the whole day? So it's yeah. Is there still echoes?
No.
No, okay. Because like I said, this is what happens. People, and obviously people don't know you on YouTube. There's the same thing. This is why I don't do Facebook Live. The same thing. Then when you do Facebook Live, everyone wants to phone you. Say, but what is this? Why do you want to phone? Why can't you wait until the live is over? Then you can phone all you want. But this is how it works. I'm sure the same for you. But
yeah.
But did you see that Man United? The one completely dead. I watched the game where they came back and they beat Lyon. Incredible game. Everyone thought they were finished, but they still life in that old dog yet. Or was it just Lyon was very naive? I'm not quite sure what to think about that game.
It's football.
Sometimes
they still have a Fergie time. They won it like in added time or something like that. It was in extra time. They went to extra time, I think.
Or did Lyon disrespect Man United and they thought that these guys are so useless and they let their guard down? I think that's maybe part of it as well. But it's, yeah. So now maybe the final you get Tottenham versus Man United. Wow. That could be very interesting. And I'll put my, if I have the choice there, I'll put my money on Man United. Because Tottenham, you know their history. They don't win anything.
It's history and curse and Spursy and whatever you're gonna say. They're expired. They're gonna, one day it's gonna happen that Tottenham are gonna win a trophy. Arsenal are gonna win the Champions League. One day, I'm not saying this season, but those things it's gonna come to an end one day. Just like anything in life, it's gonna come to an end one day where you don't believe they can do it, and they do it. Like now, Tottenham Hotspurs are 17th on the table.
Lost 19 games. 19 games.
That is relegation there. Like 3 teams already relegated, so they are lucky they're not gonna get relegated anymore. So they can say, you know what? Let's keep all the players and let's give everything in the Europa League. And you might be surprised them beat whatever team, Manchester United or Bilbao. So never say never. This season I feel like they could do it.
Ange, you always win something in the second season, he says.
Yeah.
I always win in my second season. I always win a trophy.
And so if I was him, I go to the final, I beat Manchester United, win the Conference League, I resign the same day. Because you can't do more than that. Like I made history. People don't like him anymore. He got in trouble with fans all the time and stuff. People hate his press conferences. Yeah, so I won something and I will leave and I will have some other job somewhere. It's a good time to leave when you are successful.
You leave, you quit while you're on top, not at the bottom. Yeah, but then you quit at the top when you win the whatever UEFA Cup there, and then as you said, you probably walk into any top job afterwards because you come with a CV as being a winner, not a CV where you got fired because you got the team relegated or whatever. But okay, only one person I know who got a team relegated and got a incredible top job afterwards. Was our friend Vincent Kompany. He got relegated at Burnley, and he gets a job at one of the best clubs in Europe. How the hell is that possible?
Yeah, because people also understand context and common sense. Like we can see what you're doing, you just don't have the tools to do it. The only issue with Vincent Kompany is he was too sure about his way of play and not adapting to the reality of the Premier League. He didn't have the tools, the players that can play that kind of football in this level. If he was wise enough to say, I'm gonna, still the same kind of principles, but adjust it to fit the teams that you are playing against, and you can't impose your style in this stage. You can impose when you are Pep Guardiola and you have a limited fund where you can get everybody you want, and if somebody is not performing, you bench him and it's not even a problem, you bring somebody else. But in budget team like this, where you have just barely beg the players that you have, because that's all you have, so you have to find a way of getting something out of them and not impose your system, because it's not gonna work. It's common sense.
And by the way, just to give you flowers, you said something 2 minutes ago. So you said history, bad history, whatever, it can change, and you have a feeling it will change. I'll give you a good example of that. One player who's never won anything, Harry Kane. He looks like finally he's going to win a trophy this season. They'll be champions.
But still, he's not going to play that game of the championship. So people are going to find something to hit him with. He got
but he's won a trophy. He won a trophy.
The problem, you know how people works. You know how it works online. It's going to be that game, because the next game they're going to play, I think, against Leipzig or whatever team is going to be. So if they win that game, they are champions.
Yeah.
And Harry Kane is not going to play that game.
Doesn't matter. He's still a champion. He's top
people
scorer in the
are going
Bundesliga.
to lead the narrative to that point of you're still not champion because you didn't play that game. That
come on, the guy is top scorer in Bundesliga 2 years in a row. Come on.
There are people until today who don't believe that John Terry won the Champions League for banter reason.
Oh
there
my
are so
God.
many people until today who say, why did you celebrate with the full kit? You didn't even play, and you were the captain and you lifted the trophy and all that, but you were not there, so you never won it. They forgot all the stages that Terry played. They just remember that moment. So people are going to come up with more sophisticated narrative to just say he's still cursed.
Yeah, but a lot of people are very childish online, so they're very, very low IQ people. Some people, so you don't have to waste time on such people. You think, okay, I refuse to let myself get triggered. I'm not going to let myself get provoked by such nonsense. And that is one thing I've learned. Sometimes online, you've got to have thick skin, and some people their IQ is so low. Think, you know what? I'm not going to bite on that one. I'll leave that alone and I'll move along. I'll think, okay, you can own that, but don't expect me to bite. I am not subscribing. Move along, and it's probably best for your own mental health, anyways. Why spend time online fighting random strangers? Makes no sense. People you don't know. You don't know who they are. It could be trolls. It could be, I just don't waste energy on it. You got obviously I know all the people come live here. That's completely different. But normally I see other things and I think, wow, people get very, very angry over nothing. Fighting against people, arguing against people you don't know. You have to think, this makes no sense. This is insanity. But that is a modern life online nowadays. So yeah.
Yep.
You.
All right, so Sir Jim Ratcliffe want to sell Nice to help fund the full takeover of Manchester United, according to some
Big time.
Newspaper. Chelsea. Huh?
Full takeover Man United. How much? How that is going to cost him billions, man.
Yeah, we don't know how much, or even if the Glazers are ready to sell, because they are taking dividend every single year. They don't care if the club lose money or not. They're just getting their money. That is the best business that you can have. If they say no, we're not gonna sell it. We're not gonna sell it. Nothing you can do. We can march. You can protest. You can do whatever it is. You can go to conclave and call pop. It's not gonna change. That's how capitalism works. So it's not gonna change anything unless they say, yeah, we are. It's owned by a family, the Glazers. It's just if one of them still want to be in the business and get free money like that, you can't change anything. There is nothing. Those kind of things just work when like the family start fighting between them. And they say, okay, now we're going to sell it, and then everybody's going to take the share and do whatever they want with the money.
Did you see Leeds United, they're going to expand their stadium from 37,000 to, I think, 60?
Good for them.
Yeah, so the amount of revenue that will be... I think the Leeds United, I was reading somewhere they have sold out all their... home games the next 6 years, they're all sold out. Plus, there's 23,000 people on the waiting list to get tickets, which is incredible. That means that the loyalty of those fans is something completely incredible. So, if they expand, the question is if they expand the stadium with what 20, 30,000. The problem is you could end up like Man United. You don't get the real fans, you just get tourists. And these tourists, the atmosphere is very different with tourists compared to the locals, if that makes any sense.
The problem is people need to understand also the business aspect of football. Right now, you want me to buy this and buy that. We want to qualify for European competition. You want this, we want that. But when it comes to, it's a lot of tourists because of this and that, I mean, there's still human beings who come to produce for your economy, your local economy. They are providing the local people jobs. They come enjoy games. I mean, the way people are like branding those, tourists is so disrespectful, because I am one of the tourists. If I go somewhere and I want to watch the game, and you pay a ridiculous amount of money, you buy food, you contribute to the country. So I don't see anything wrong with that. I mean,
but they're only complaining about
international at the moment.
The only complaints they have is that the tourists don't know the songs, and they don't know the atmosphere is different. That's the only complaint
they have.
And
that's why you need a section for your people, a singing section or whatever, like Matthew Hardy's at Stamford Bridge or the Low Shed is focused to the singing and people. The entire stadium can sing if they want, but there is a allocated place where people can start singing. I don't see any problem by allowing also other people who pay actually a lot of money to come to those games. You need a visa, you need a hotel, you need booking, you need a lot of stuff, and could be experience of lifetime. So why prevent people to come and see probably once in life their team play? And the way people are on social media, the local people are talking about tourists, it sounds so
arrogant.
Bad. It's like
arrogant
xenophobia or discrimination or they treat us like not fans, really. I walk here like 3 o'clock in the morning. I wake up, I prepare the show, I watch the thing, I buy original stuff for Chelsea to go. You never see me. I'm not in China where I'm gonna go and buy fake stuff. My Blue Army every single couple months I need this and this. All Chelsea. And there is nothing wrong by me going to watch Chelsea at Stamford Bridge and consider as a tourist. I mean, I don't see any wrong because football is international. The Premier League is the way it is, or Chelsea is the way it is today, or even Leeds United. They're gonna they're gonna get that attention and fans around the world by, it's the money is coming from outside. So you have to understand the world that we are living. The world is changing, and people need to tolerate each other as long as it's not like 40,000, all of them are tourists. But if you look at the percentage of those so-called tourists, it's not gonna be like half of the stadium or something. They make it sound like they are coming here to take all our places, but you see how many tourists actually were there. I mean, it's not, not 40,000.
Yeah, it's so. I can't disagree with anything you say there. And by the way, you said you only buy original merchandise, Chelsea merchandise. You do know most of it's made in China anyway. So
well, made in China, but officially made in China. That will cost me 150 freaking bucks instead of $10 somewhere in Soweto. Come on, still everything is made in China. With the tariff now, everything is high. Even the freaking shirt that we used to buy for 150 bucks now, it's 180. I was lucky the other day, it was like 50% off. But before even they put that freaking 50% off, they increased the price, and they are explaining on the website because of freaking tariff from Mr. Trump. So you put it in 180 and you go and put it 50%. There is no big difference. So those people are just playing with our mind.
But like, have you ever noticed? So do you have in your country? Do you have New Year sales or Christmas sales?
Yeah, it is. But for a short period of time, that's what they do. They increase the price.
Exactly.
They
So
lie to
November, they'll put the price up maybe 20% or something, and then you won't notice. And then when it comes to the end of December, end of January, they say the big sales. So basically, when they take 20%, it just goes back to the original price it was in October. But it looks like, wow, I'm saving 25, 30%, but you're actually not saving anything. That is just playing mind games. And that's what they do. They always do that. You don't think a shop is going to sell something and make a loss. So that's not how it works. That's not reality. The reality is that the shops are very clever. They play mind games. The same thing is like, if you go to any supermarket where you got to pay, where the checkout, you notice they always put sweets, candy, all that kind of things because they know when you're standing in line, your children, you with your children, now, dad or mom, we want this, we want that, and you can't say no because then the children goes all. So that's just, they always do these mind games. It's very dirty tricks. But or if you let's say if you look at the shelf, let's just say you want to buy, let's say some breakfast cereal. So you'll find all the big name brands in your eyesight, on the shelf on the eyesight. All the brands with no names you never heard of. The cheaper ones always at the bottom, right at the bottom shelf where you can't see them, and that is so they force you. I won't force you, but it's like then you buy the well-known brands. This is how it works. The more expensive one. So a lot of all these tricks here, which they do or they'll say, there's a 80% reduction on some one product, and you look, wow, I'm gonna go save a lot of money. You go there. You buy that one to 80% reduction, but at the same time, you buy all our stuff. You don't think about it because you got your rebate, and then everything else is overpriced. It's psychology. You got to really have to be awake. But anyway, I digress. Sorry, I don't even know why I was talking about that.
Okay, that is the way the world works. So Cristiano Ronaldo to Chelsea for 1 month only to play the World Cup.
Oh God! Yeah.
What do you think?
No, that is just it's a laughing. I was laughing. I'm looking at it on TV. I can see it on your thing there. I saw it. I think, come on, this is laughable. This guy's ego is too much. We don't. No, let us stay away from that nonsense. That is just ridiculous. It'd be good for advertisement, good for merchandising, good for whatever. But no.
I would take him for 1 month.
Wow.
If it's for like to stay at Chelsea for 6 months, or a Chelsea player, no, he doesn't have the mojo anymore, the energy to do anything. But he's still Cristiano Ronaldo in front. You put him there, he's gonna score you goals, save energy, be there as a number 9. He's not gonna miss as many chances as Nicholas Jackson is doing at the moment. So for him, yes, for 1 month just to play the World Cup, excellent. Because why? Because the commercial value of the team, the fans, everything is gonna be boom because of Cristiano Ronaldo, and you keep him just for 1 month, and he's gonna bring his winning mentality. The winning mentality in terms of this guy had to lose. He had to lose, and he's gonna yell at all those friend, baby, camarade in the dressing room, kick their backside and say, "We are here to win." Bam, kick them, okay, and tell them, "Hey, I'm here for 1 month. I don't take crap." He's gonna bring that mentality. Jackson, kick him really, and tell him to score a damn goal. Bring that demanding result. Even though when you demand, you have to show by example. I know that. And you're not doing anything. You're just waiting for people to bring the ball to you. But it's going to bring a little bit of mentality in the team for 1 month. I would take him. I would take him all day long. For 1 month, man, put him there. Make sure that you tell him, "Listen, Cristiano, we know how good you are, but in some games, we're going to play you for 45 minutes. And you don't have to storm. You don't have to show bad attitude and refuse to come off if we want to win the game. Because you want to win also the trophy with Chelsea." So, Messi, Ronaldo here in America, I know it's not going to happen. It's a bunch of crap. People are making up news to sell, because when you put Messi, Ronaldo in the news, people are like, "Oh, wow, it's going to create reaction." People are looking for reaction. I know that. But if that is an opportunity to do it for 1 month, I will do it. Period.
Yeah, so I don't know. Well, I don't think this current Chelsea team will do anything in that. They say, why not? It's just for the PR value, sell more
Maybe
merchandise.
they can understand, because if it was Boehly only, like Todd Boehly knows the value of big stars. Mm-hmm. And the big star, how they bring the club to the next level. And he knows. He wanted Ronaldo before he went to Saudi.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted Ronaldo at Chelsea because he knows the value of big names. Even with the team, look at Galaxy, where he owns some share there, and also I'm talking about the Lakers, not the Galaxy.
Dodgers. Signed the baseball team, Dodgers. He's got Shohei Ohtani, the world's best baseball player.
So he knows how to spend money.
Oh, yes.
So
did you see his contract? I think it's one of the richest paid sportsman in the whole world, Ohtani. But then again, the amount of money he generates just from Japan alone, for merchandising, TV revenue, whatever that probably pays for his salary anyway. But you saw your team, your other favorite team, your Los Angeles Lakers got gentleman's sweep. They got knocked out last night or this morning, what you want to call it, in the first round of the NBA playoffs. Your friend LeBron James there, wow, his ego took a very big hit. And all the Laker fans, Lakers are a very big franchise worldwide. Everybody loves them. They're out of here. Oh, thank God for that. But anyway, I digress. Sorry.
All right, people. So we have 12 minutes to go until. Let me check if there is something from Chelsea here. It's the Chelsea.
This guy, Dewsbury Hall. Last time, every time I've seen him in the Champions League, I think he's been in the Conference League. He's been okay, and I just think maybe we've been a bit tough on him because he hasn't really had a chance to play in the Premier League. I mean, is there some life in there, or would you get rid of him in the summer?
I don't believe that he's a bad player. I just believe that he's a good player in a certain level. He can be a big star in a team like Leicester City, but to be a big star in a team like Chelsea is completely different. Also, when you don't play games and you sit often on the bench or at home, play in the Conference League here, and 2-3 weeks later they give you like 5 minutes in the Premier League. You don't develop. You only improve when you play week in, week out. So I don't believe he's a bad player. I just believe that we didn't need him at all. It was some kind of politics helping me scratch my back up, scratch yours. Leicester City had financial issues and also the Enzo Maresca situation. So they cook it as a deal together in a package. But did we really need him? No way. We have so many people from his position.
Who's this on the? Are you showing something on the Damak? What is Damak on the Chelsea shirt?
It's a property development. We have a sponsor. That is our new sponsors until the end of the season. We didn't have any. It was empty. We didn't have any. Now we got this Dubai Bears property development company that is sponsoring Chelsea until the end of this year. End of the season, because before the World Cup, Chelsea are going to have a new permanent French shirt sponsor. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we qualify for the Champions League so we can have more money.
Okay, that's news. I didn't know that. Fine. How many seasons have we gone without any shirt sponsor? 2 seasons? It's been
Last
a long
season,
walk.
we end up by having one, which was like a Infinity. Athlete or something like that. Infinite Athlete, something like that. But people say that it was a company created by Chelsea themselves. So I don't know. I don't know who's telling the truth. They refuse. Paramount Plus or Paramount wanted Chelsea. But they said because Paramount also is a streaming service, it's going to be a conflict of interest with the Premier League and the company that they signed for.
Not because that's because Paramount is their biggest competitors on streaming is Amazon and what's the other one, Peacock. So
the conflict of interest is not going to match that.
Yeah, exactly. So it makes I can see why they said no, because you don't want to be advertising your rivals, do you? So that is it makes sense.
I see Twitter used to promote like Meta, which is the big company that own like Facebook and Instagram and stuff. I say it's about money. It's like you pay me money, I'm gonna advertise you. I've seen so many publicity on YouTube promoting TikTok, but they are competing in terms of short and music and all that. So it's about money. I just don't understand why. But in Paramount Plus, it's not only about the sport. I mean, Paramount Plus is movies, it's a collection, it's history, it's everything. Not so they just looked on the aspect of football. But if they looked at the aspect of the entire thing, I think Chelsea didn't push for it, because this kind of situation, you take it to court, you win. It's gonna be a smart lawyer that will bring thousands of pages to show you that this is against like fair competition, and they're gonna find something to. But they didn't just wanna go on another long way of court and stuff. They were like, okay, fine, we're not gonna use them. okay, we're gonna go ahead and find somebody else. But anyways,
But what is this like? What worth 50 million a year? What for this shirt sponsor?
I don't know how you gonna pay 50 million on just one freaking month. It's a sponsor for 1 month. The season is already over. You know, this is
Maresca
May.
out.
Huh?
Maresca out.
Okay.
Well, no. Maresca out.
Maresca out.
Hey, our friend there, what's his name? Sorry, I forgot your name.
Phantom of many topics.
Many topics, yes.
Yeah, maybe
Mr.
you can,
Denmark.
Maybe you can.
Good to see you. All I want is Maresca out. So if it means that we have to lose this Conference League trophy, Mickey Mouse trophy, then so be it. Because if he doesn't take the Conference League trophy, then I think he will be out. Maresca out.
Can you explain the conflict of interest, why we didn't get Paramount as our sponsor?
I don't think he knows much about it.
Paramount has financial difficulty right now due to some debt restructuring.
Oh, okay. Nobody wants to buy their streaming services.
Well, no, nobody wants to see their movies. That's their biggest problem.
They're so woke. That's why.
Yes.
Okay, that's the problem.
Yes,
with
but I know there's only a few minutes left, so I just want to say Maresca out, and then maybe we can go get Marco Silva to come join Chelsea because he's a pretty good manager.
Okay. I respect that.
Yeah.
Yo, I don't know who this new caller is, but
I'm the oldest caller that I was here a long time ago with Oggs, way back then, and then I left and then came back.
Yeah.
It is refreshing to hear from you. Well, I guess you're not new, but I guess to my ears, you're new. I've always told Uggs he needs to do like some other side channel where it's not soccer. Let's talk, news, politics.
Politics, yes.
Politics.
He would get a lot more views because that is the Chelsea thing is very niche. So it's a niche audience. But if you did like politics, about like the trade war between Trump and China or whatever, that would get a lot more people into it.
I've told him this for the longest, and he refuses. He said that, "What are you crazy?"
The problem is
He's not in it for the money. He's in it for this is his enjoyment.
Yeah,
because he's not trying to make money off of YouTube. He's doing it for the enjoyment. And talking about soccer is more enjoyable for him than talking about Trump.
Depressing about Trump and
Well, we don't have to talk always Trump. We could talk, anything, movies. But I'm just saying, it would be
he
refreshing.
could have like one day on a Friday or whatever, any topic you want to talk about day or whatever. But I stopped trying to convince him that.
Katy Perry going on the moon and flying on the space.
Fake flying to the stakes. She didn't fly anyway.
Hey, they were up there 11 minutes.
They didn't even go. What do you know about? They weren't even there.
Astronaut.
That is fake. They didn't even happen. It is all fake.
They went. To give them some credit. They went there for.
You know what? I think we did the moon landing, but what they showed us on TV was fake because when you land on the moon, there's a lot of moon dust, and it needed to be, during the Soviet Cold War, it needed to be propaganda and needed to look good. So they filmed a version ahead of time, but I think they still really went because the radar, captured it.
But they haven't been there since. Isn't that incredible?
Because it's very expensive now. It's very
well,
expensive.
that's because there's aliens there, and they said that they didn't want humans on the moon. But they live on the other side of the moon, remember?
The dark side of the moon. There's that Pink Floyd.
You need to make a channel, man. This guy's amazing. Come on, Alex. Cut the bull crap.
But maybe you can open a channel and we're gonna be guests.
The IRS, the CIA knocking on my door. They're gonna kill me, man. No, they won't.
No, like I said, Oggs is. I've had this discussion for like 2 years, many years ago. But he's in it. He's not in it for the money or the views. He's just in it for the entertainment.
Friendship. This is my family here. You all are my family. I know you here, and I feel good talking about. Yeah, if you wanna make a podcast or something. Why can't you just open a channel and we're gonna be part of that?
A podcast. Yeah. Now that sounds interesting. A podcast. That sounds very interesting.
I don't know what the gentleman's name is, but you could do it, and we could go to your channel and talk about politics. I talk about politics on a bunch of channels, so it'd just
You
be
get
another one
banned
for
a
me.
lot, even on Facebook. You got like blocked because
I'll give you a channel right now, and then you join whenever it goes live. He's always live.
Yo, we want you also to make money. You have twins. You have.
I go on many political channels, sir. I mean, it would if Og started one, it would just be another one for me.
We want also to explode. We bring the funny side. We bring all kind of conspiracy.
Because I love to
People
troll. I love trolling. I love the drama.
The troll, the drama. That's what people really love to hear. So we're gonna make it like drama alert, or the drama kings or something like that.
Yeah. See, the first 6 months I didn't understand. I thought Oggs was trying to like make it into a financial career out of Facebook because I just assumed everybody was. And it was, I found out that he wasn't like that. He just wants to have fun and have a relaxing time.
The problem is if you take it the business way and then you are like locked. You can't say anything because, oh man, I can't say this because sponsor, I'm not going to have money. I'm going to hurt somebody. So yeah, let's do it. Guys, so 1 minute.
I just sent you a channel name right now.
You put in the chat?
Backstage.
Okay, I will check on the channel and then I will let you know at halftime. We're gonna be back at halftime. I'm going to the living room, watch the game with other people. So at halftime we come when we are winning 5-0.
But this new channel better have the name Oaks in it.
We got drama. It need to be something.
It's a crazy channel.
It need to be something that people, when they look at it, and who is Oaks? We want to make it like scary, like too much. When you look at the name, you are like, yes, I want to go there, instead of like Oaks or something. Guys, listen, come back at halftime. I'm gonna leave everything on the screen, commentary and everything. We're gonna watch the game and come back at halftime. Thank you for helping.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome. Cheers.
Thank you so much. Cheers. I will see you in a little bit. So people, enjoy the game and I will see you at halftime. Come call us for free, but stay there because you have commentary. Probably you are walking now. You don't have to watch on television. So you're going to start just like listening, commentary and all the good stuff. All right? I'll see you in a little bit.
Was supposed to be a moment of silence, not very well observed, unfortunately. Anyway, we'll get on with the game now. Djurgarden in their traditional home colours. It's a light blue pinstripe shirt and darker blue shorts. Chelsea in the change creamy sort of away kit tonight. And in terms of the team, Jace, I mean, we're working on the assumption that Reece James is going to be playing in midfield and Josh Champong at right back. Of course, Josh did play in midfield for the second half of the Legia game, didn't he? We also wondering about Dewsbury Hall or Fernandez, and assuming that Tyreek George is starting up front. So there's a lot of potential flexibility and fluidity in this.
Yeah, as there always can be, actually, in Maresca's side. I think the way that it's gone out on social media, I think is probably going to be the team. The only one you can look at is Fernandez dropping deep and Dewsbury Hall being the 10. That's a possibility. I don't see Manawaki starting down the middle. I simply don't. I see Sancho on the left, Manawaki on the right, George down the middle. And Acheampong will be, I'm guessing, the the right back that becomes the centre half. Kukurea is then that midfielder that likes to join, that will either push Dewsbury Hall or, whoever sits there, Enzo on to be that second number 8.
So Chelsea going to get the game underway. Keenan Dewsbury Hall going all the way back to Philip Jorgensen, who continues to be the man for this competition. Swedish born, but he's a Danish under-21 international, so you can expect him to get plenty of stick whenever the ball is near him. Packed to the rafters, certainly in the home end here. As I say, 30,000 capacity stadium. Chelsea going right to left as we look at it in the first half. Header from Stahl, the right back, and then a long ball plunked forward, but Djurgarden will come just out of his area and take the ball back into it so that he can grab it under the attention of the Djurgarden striker.
Yeah, first instincts, who's playing alongside Reece James? Well, the truth is, no one at the moment. Enzo and Dewsbury Hall have swapped places a couple of times, and I suppose if you're going to play that system, keep them guessing. One can sit. Brilliant play from Dewsbury on the left-hand side. Bit of space on the left now for Sancho.
Yeah, a little fake to get away from Findel. Sancho then goes back to Cucurella on halfway, and will sweep it into his own half to find Badia Shield. Best way for Chelsea to keep them quiet is to keep the ball from them. Certainly in the early stages, but a cheap giveaway there from Champong. Sees the ball go out of play for a throw-in near halfway, and that is celebrated as if it were a goal.
Pure nerves there, Matt. Pure nerves from Champong. It's a simple 5-yard pass. He chooses his left foot, and it comes off his heel. Doesn't connect properly. Understandably, if someone of such tender age playing in a European semi-final.
Here come Djurgarden, ball played through looking for Nguyen, but he couldn't get on the end of it, and then a foul gives Chelsea a free kick. A very pumped up Stahl, the right back, knocking Reece James over. And James takes the free kick quickly, and it's a good ball as well. Sancho inside the penalty area, left hand side, looking for room for a shot, maybe didn't find it, gave it to Tyreek George. He moved it on looking for Madueke, teed up for Enzo Fernandez. Very congested there though, and a poor pass from Fernandez, and Djurgarden will be able to bring it up to halfway.
Great free kick from Reece, and it's over the top. It's played early, and we get in behind. But credit to them, they get bodies back, and they're not sitting like Warsaw. They're going to come out, and as they're showing right now.
On the left-hand side now, played to about 30 yards from goal, then swept back to Stahl, who, as is the style, is inverting from right back, and it's played out to the left channel. A couple of players in the penalty area for the cross to be aimed at, but it's gobbled up comfortably by Jorgensen.
Well, I have to say, lovely build-up play on the left-hand side. I actually think it's a brilliant cross. I think you've got to get across the centre half. In the end, Jorgensen gathers it comfortably on the edge of his 6-yard box. Nothing on the cross. It's one of those where you ask your centre forward to gamble. Go on. Sometimes you've got to try and get in front of the centre half, and it might come, it might not, but not to show anything and get in front. I think it's poor. Anyway, Chelsea look to build, and they are pressing. They're pressing without a high press. They're filling what I call filling spaces, filling gaps. They're making sure there's no easy passes through the centre of the pitch. They're going to force us out wide. Eventually, you would have thought they're not allowing us to come down the middle of the pitch.
So Enzo Fernandez plays it out wide to Madueke. Just a couple of times the ball's bobbled up as Chelsea players go to control it. A Champong's fouled. Wonder if that is just getting used to the pitch.
Just say the crowd. I mean, every single one of the fans, fists. That the international sign for "You're a joke, referee."
They're all stood up as well, wherever they are in the stadium, not just behind the goals. And their team have got the ball, but Dewsbury Hall does well to win it back legally. A key figure of Chelsea's Conference League campaign, Kiernan Dewsbury Hall. 3 of his Blues goals have come in this competition. Only 4 minutes gone 0-0.
Yeah, very different. Lega, and I know you remember this one, they dropped the halfway line. They wouldn't engage the ball until the halfway line, and I think this is the way you play against Chelsea. Lovely ball over the top, bit of space now for Madueke.
Right hand side, one-on-one with the left back Kasugi. Now inside the penalty area, looking to have a go. Noni Madueke, he did, and he flashed it a long way wide, but encouragement there that he was able to cut in field and find space for the shot.
Oh, both wingers. We've seen Sancho get on the ball, high wide. We've seen Madueke on the other side, high wide, get on the ball. Nothing's come at us yet, but from Chelsea's point of view, the open exchanges, the wide men, and that's where probably our best attackment. The way they're set up is to stop anything centrally.
Here they come again though through the middle, and there's a pass on out wide as well. If they can make it, is pushed toward Harala eventually, but it wasn't a good ball, and that allowed Cucurella to come back. Harala though goes past him and Sancho, but then Cucurella gets back at him and wins it. Looked like he was fouled. Referee says no. Breaks for Stahl. Good start to the game from the home side they will feel here, I think. All out right hand side again. Chance for a cross maybe. Gullikson fake to do so. Then he looked for a give and go with Nguyen. Nguyen wants to bend one into the corner himself, and he sends it a fair way wide, but they will be encouraged by the opening 5 minutes.
Yeah, and Cucurella there, I felt he was looking for the free kick and then remonstrating with the liner once it didn't happen. It's a nice bit of close footwork. It's come inside. It's on that right-hand side. And he cuts inside on his left foot. And Guin pulls the trigger. Can't wrap his foot around it enough to trouble Jorgensen. It's a goal kick to Chelsea. It's poor. It's poor.
Given away by Tosin. Picked up by Harala, and he's moved it on quickly.
That can't happen, Matt. That simply cannot happen. Tosin there, I think he changed his mind because he seems to pull out the pass, and by that time his foot was already on the ball.
And Una plays it forward. Chance on the turn here for Harala to thread one through. He did as well, but it wasn't controlled. Looked like a foul. Referee again says play on. He's going to be lenient by the looks of things, the Swiss official. Eventually played up to Sancho, halfway inside his own half, left-hand side. Been in good form in this competition.
Nice. Plays inside to Reece James, a bit of space out wide right. Brilliant. Well done Sancho, well done Reece. Spreading the pitch, making the pitch wide.
Out to Madueke on halfway. Swaps passes with the Champong. And Champong will come in field for Tosin. There's Badiashile now. You'll be able to tell whenever Chelsea have got the ball because of the whistles around the stadium. Badiashile looking long for the run of Enzo Fernandez. Beaten to it in the air and eventually headed back to the goalkeeper.
I don't get that pass for Enzo, man.
He's about a foot shorter than the defender he was up against.
He's made the run. Players make runs, sometimes to make space, not to receive it. He's made a run, Enzo, from outside right to inside. And I think he's trying to leave Madueke a little bit more space. Badiashile, I think, buys the run. He's trying to find him. I mean, it's a floaty one. As you said, a pair of them marking him. Good foot taller. And we can't be as cheap with our possession at the moment.
And focuses in on Yanni Honkabaro, is the Finn who took charge of Djurgarden in January. Here, Stenson has it. Chelsea struggling to get any kind of period of possession. I guess we'd expect that first 10, 15 minutes. If it goes on any longer than that, you'd start to worry.
Well, this is the way I spoke before kick-off about the way Legia Warsaw set up. Basically giving Chelsea possession, allowing Chelsea to dictate. You know, not only control the tempo of the game, but no pressure on the ball at any part until you got to the halfway line. And you can make a very good case to say at half-time it worked, but over a 90-minute game, Chelsea are probably going to find a little bit of space and punish it. We're not seeing that. Djurgarden, they're playing higher, and they're threatening. They're aggressive, and I think we're 8 minutes in. I think they'll be delighted the way the first 8 minutes have gone. Matt.
Yeah, Tyreek George just hanging around like a headless chicken at the moment, trying to get a touch of the ball as Chelsea striker tonight. It's Djurgarden who have it though, just inside their own half of the field with Stenson, who turns away from George, plays it left-hand side for Danielson, and moves it further out to the wing and halfway.
Tell you what, they've got runs from deep. They're playing 4 across the top, in possession. They're committing men forward.
Here's Nguyen trying to get away from Reece James, 30 yards out, moved it square, set up for the first time shot, which was deflected. It was Findel who hit the effort, came off Badiashile, and then the cross comes into the penalty area. Fernandez gets his head to it, and Dewsbury Hall will look to bring it clear. He's nudged off the ball, but illegally so in the opinion of the referee by Gullikson.
I'd like to see us sharpen up a little bit, actually. Dewsbury Hall was started brightly, actually. He comes out the back. I'm not sure it's a foul, you know. See where the refs give it. We take it. He doesn't go for the ball. Maybe use a bit too much aggression on the shoulder barge. But I'd like to see everyone on that pitch just sharpen up. Just a little. Everything they do. Make the first touch sharper. The pass sharper. A bit brighter. At the moment, all over the pitch, there's an energy about them. And understandably, only 9.5 on the clock, we get, but I'd like to see us just be a little bit more proactive.
He's Badiashile. Let's see if he can help to that end. They've been 11 of 13 games in this competition now. One of those who's found Premier League minutes difficult to come by. Injury problems as well this season, but he's been a regular in this competition. Here's a Champong who's forced himself into that conversation since the turn of the year. Tosin then punches one out to Dewsbury Hall, just over halfway inside left, out to the touchline, and Sancho takes on his man and beats him easily. Still going here, Sancho. He stops and checks, but he's into the penalty area. A couple of step overs, looking for somebody to pass to. Dewsbury Hall is there if he wants him. Dewsbury Hall skating across the edge of the box, goes backward to Badia Shield. There's an opportunity there for Sancho to be a bit more direct.
Yeah, and ball let bounce, Cucurella edge of the box.
And he squares it for George rather than shoot himself, and then Enzo Fernandez took it off George's toe when he was just about to line up the shot, and it ended up being easily intercepted by Priska.
Very odd. Mistakes on both sides, but the ball manages to find its way to Tariq George on the edge of the box. He spins and turns, and then looks like he was going to pull the trigger. And as he was about to do it, Matt, Enzo arrives and kind of fluffs his lines a little bit and bounces away, but better from us. You know, there's just a little bit more, certainly feels a bit more dangerous from us.
There's James clipping one out right-hand side to Madueke, one-on-one with Kosagui. Now cover comes back, Madueke goes back to a Champong. Chelsea starting to have a bit more possession now. Maybe that early storm from Djurgarden has been stymied. There's a Champong going out to Madueke again. First time ball from him into Enzo Fernandez, across into the penalty area, headed away before it could reach a Chelsea player. Picked up by Madueke. This is more like we hoped the pattern of the game would be. Up to George, back to goal. Couldn't get it under control. It goes all the way through to the goalkeeper, Rinya.
Yeah, they've got a balance right at the moment so far, Djurgarden. But I get the sense there's that early start has waned, and they're now just sitting deep, a little bit like Legia Warsaw did. We'll see how this plays out, and I understand the balance between the two. Bit of space for Enzo.
Inside right position, near the edge of the box, shovels over across, all alone at the back post. Jadon Sancho, can he sort his feet out? He did, yes! And it's in for a Chelsea goal. Might be an own goal off Danielson, that I think. Sancho's shot might have been heading in anyway, but the big defender got his feet in a right muddle and smacked it into his own net. And Chelsea take the lead with 13 minutes gone. It's either Sancho or an own goal, but what is for certain is that it's Djurgarden 0, Chelsea 1 already.
Well, they sat deep. I made the point earlier that they carried a bit of a threat. They pressed high. Not now. Last 3 or 4 minutes, they're deep to the halfway line. Enzo finds space, and it's the run from Dewsbury Hall that takes the full back in. It's a touch from Sancho. I thought he couldn't quite get it out of his feet quick enough. Oh, it's a terrible, terrible error. It's going to go down as a Sancho goal because the shot, if you can call it that, is on target. It's a pass. It comes off his right foot, hits his right hand, and bounces up into the roof of the net. Bounce to the back of it. I can't quite believe that ball has ended up where it has. The cross from Enzo, the run from Dewsbury Hall, leaves the space on the left-hand side, has a touch, can't quite get it out of his feet, Sancho, makes a bit of a mess of it, if I'm going to be honest, then gets his shot away, or in effort on goal, then it hits his right foot, comes off his arm, back of the net, Chelsea 1-0, and this has been a decent start from Djurgarden, but the last 3 or 4 minutes they have sat deeper.
Well, Sancho's been credited with it, so we'll give it to him. It's been a good competition this for him. 4 assists in it, that's his first goal. Here's Enzo Fernandez pushing it out wide right to Madueke. Chelsea can maybe keep their foot on the pedal here and take the game away from Djurgarden.
Yeah, so we've got our noses in front now, and they started all right, but they've just retreated. Oh, lovely play.
Here's Madueke, lovely back flicked in from Enzo Fernandez, then Reece James from the edge of the box, scooping one over the crossbar. And as that was going in, there was more good news for Chelsea because Brentford have taken the lead in the last minute of the first half against Forest in the Premier League, so this could end up being a really good night. Kevin Schade there in the 44th minute, and Spurs are 1-0 up on Bodo Glimt early on in their Europa League semi. Brendan Johnson scored in the first minute there. 0-0 in the other game between Bilbao and Man United. We'll let you know what's going on as the game progresses. Of course, there is a second semi-final in this competition as well, and Real Betis are 1-0 up against Fiorentina. Early goal for them in Spain there.
The treatment, yeah, that looks like I was going to say grass burn, but that's not quite. It's not even a carpet burn. What is it, Matt? Help me out.
Astro burn.
Thank you very much. It's an astro burn on his face. But Djurgarden now, they've got a decision to make, because I felt the way they set out in the first 9 or 10 minutes was the way to play, and because Chelsea have dominated the ball since then, but there's no threat on the ball, and I suppose it's difficult, Matt, because you've got players that can manipulate the ball and get runners in behind, and You know, we've got the lead now. What do they do? Even we're so early in the tie, I said to you that they can't lose, they can't win this tie in the first half, but they can probably lose it. And I think there's an element of that in their thought process. They can't go in at half-time 2-0 down. You know, they stick or twist, and this early on in the tie, that must be going through their mind. I personally would do a little bit of what they've done first 10 minutes. Play higher up the pitch, engage the ball. It's tough because Chelsea have set. There's a rhythm about Chelsea at the moment now. It's a nice rhythm.
He's Tosin looking for Enzo Fernandez. Good ball as well. Fernandez can turn, making his way up to the edge of the penalty area, finding Madueke. Madueke trying to get it under his control, weaves away from a couple of challenges. Still with Madueke. Defender in his way, offloads it to Cucurella eventually. Now it's Reece James. Couldn't take a shot from outside the box, makes his way into it though. And eventually is nudged off the ball.
Brilliant though from Enzo. Closing the ball down. Chelsea not letting Djurgarden build from the back, looking for long passes, give it away. That's good play from Chelsea. Even though Reece got robbed, Chelsea press high up, nick the ball back again in their half.
There's Badiashile now. 17 minutes gone nearly. 1-0 to Chelsea. Sancho with the goal that got a big assist from Marcus Danielsson. Ball played out left-hand side here, looking for Sancho. Underneath it was Stahl, picked up by Dewsbury Hall. Now it's come for Sancho, point to the penalty area, slips it down the line for George, right across the face of goal, begging a touch, nobody there to put it in. Comes to Madueke far side, and his cross is dealt with, but cleared away only as far as Cucurella, who lets fly and hits a ball behind the goal.
Oh, wowzers. I think he should hit the target, Matt. Ball down the left-hand side. Tyrek George gets caught between a rock and a hard place as he shoot across. In the end, he does nothing. Ball goes on the right-hand side now. Madueke picks it up. Then he cuts the ball to the edge of the box. It's a touch on the left-hand side as you look at the goal from Cucurella. He's got the whole goal to aim at. He pulls his laces, drags the shot. I think he should score, Matt. I think he should at least hit the target.
There's James playing one through the middle, looking for Madueke. Might still run for him here. No goalkeeper able to race off his line and get it, but there's more goals in this game for Chelsea. Djurgarden needed to score in that early flurry, really.
Yeah, and they will threaten. Of course they will eventually. You can't dominate a 90-minute game.
So but cross comes into the penalty area and Jorgensen grabs it.
Yeah, now we're on top. We can punish them here. You know, get the second goal early or before half-time. Hear the crowd now. We heard this in the Arsenal ground midweek. How a goal can just change how a crowd feels. To be fair, they're still singing. They're in good voice. They've got party mood. But you really want to put this, this crowd, really put them on a downer. Get the second goal.
There's Badiashile playing it infield to James.
They're midfield forward. There needs to be higher, man. They need to be higher. They can't allow Reece James. You know, it's all well and good protecting the front line, but Reece James is picking it up. It's 15 yards off him. You've got to get higher. The back line's got to push them higher up, at least on the halfway line.
Here's a Champong on the halfway line. Gives it square right-hand side for Fernandez. And back in field for Tosin. It's going to be a tiring old evening this for the Djurgarden players. So they're not having much of the ball now as Cucurella plays it to Dewsbury Hall near the halfway line, going back to Badiashile. Chelsea having it all their own way at the moment as Enzo Maresca stands on the edge of his technical area. James plays it out right-hand side for a Champong. Out for Madueke. Chalk on his boots over there on the right wing. Swaps passes Enzo Fernandez. Comes back in field once more for a Champong. And here's Tosin inside the centre circle. Square to his defensive partner for the night, Badiashile. Chelsea ought to get a second goal now while they're this heavily on top.
Yeah, and you do get the sense that the chance will come.
Cucurella looks for Enzo Fernandez. He's tackled by Danielsson. I know the shot was on target, but that's an own goal for him. I've got to say, he's leathered it into the roof of his own net.
I don't know how it works, Matt, that one, because it's all about if the shot's on. I'm going to say attempt. I'm not even going to use the word shot. All right. So then the dubious goals panel, Matt, I'll let you decide whether it'll probably go down as a Sancho goal. I would have thought, because it's on target, but you're absolutely right. He makes a right pig's ear of it on his line. It's an easy clearance to make.
Here, James trying to win the ball back, and then a foul by Cucurella. He's going to get a talking to. It's going to be a yellow card as well. Nobody in danger of a suspension, by the way. Cards wiped out after the quarterfinals. Then there's something going on off the ball involving Reece James. Chelsea captain called over as well.
They want the ball back. Reece was in possession of it, and they're trying to wrestle the ball off first off his toe, and then he got picked the ball up, and they're trying to. I don't know whether you need to get involved in a little battle like that. Actually, once the free kick is given, and Reece picks the ball up, I just think you need just retreat and get yourself go somewhere, and don't get in little scraps like that. Don't want to give the crowd encouragement. Free kick at Djurgarden.
Taken short and quickly by Stahl. And here's Danielson, desperate to make amends for his error. Forward to Gullikson, but he's dispossessed by Dewsbury Hall. Now George trying to hold it up with two players round him. Got fouled.
It's really good play, from Tyreek George. He's in his own half, and he knows he can't give it away. Sometimes when you pick the ball up in their half as a centre forward, the distance between you and the goal is huge. But if he gets robbed, he'll know where he was on the pitch, does well, wins the free kick.
Champong playing one long, looking for George, but hit Danielson with it. Picked up left-hand side by Priska. He moved it on quickly. Chance for Djurgarden to threaten maybe here. Chelsea quick to get bodies back. Cross comes in from the left toward Nguyen. He can't get it under control though. And Tosin will be able to play it short to a Champong near the corner flag. Being boxed in here. He's done well to play it off a Djurgarden player and out for a Chelsea throw.
Yeah, Reece has that defensive stability, cut out the cross. He's playing central midfield today. He is the Casado role. And they've got Dewsbury Hall. I still can't quite work it. It looks like Dewsbury Hall is the deeper of the two, but because the way the game has gone, it's almost impossible to tell. I'll ask you, Matt, who is the one that's playing alongside Reece? Look where they are, and they're both eights, aren't they?
It's closer at times to a 4-3-3, isn't it, than what we would normally see.
Or even it will become a 3-2, whatever up top. You can see the shape of the team. You've got Tosin, you've got Badiashile, and then you've got Achimpong with the three centre-halves.
Well, we've got a 19-year-old winger playing up front, so anything's possible.
Yes, it's true.
Here's Madueke, right-hand side, into Enzo Fernandez, inside the penalty area. Oh, he just stumbled as he went to pull the trigger, took the chance away from him, and Danielson gets it clear.
I think he changed his mind. I think he hesitated, and then it looks like he thought about the shot, thought about the crossing, and then he does neither. Chelsea totally dominant. Oh dear, I say that, but he's booting that play. It's not a good pass, that, from Badiashile.
Just past the midway point of the half here, Chelsea leading by 1-0. Lots of huff and lots of puff from Djurgarden without really threatening Philip Jorgensen's goal. You missed the news, Robert Sanchez has not travelled. Injury picked up against Everton, keeping him out tonight. Christopher Nkunku similarly sidelined by a knock he's picked up in training. Romeo Lavia not registered for the Conference League squad, so he's not here either. Chelsea got lots of strength in reserve. At the moment they don't need it though, no need for Jackson or Palmer thus far. Djurgarden have it. Left-hand side, point to the penalty area. Now Nguyen plays one into the box, but overcooked his pass straight through to Jorgensen, who quickly rolls it out to Dewsbury Hall, and Chelsea look to get on the front foot again. Here's Sancho, left-hand side. 4 assists in 5 appearances in the Conference League for Jadon Sancho, and now a goal as well. I mean, you could call that an assist as much as a goal, I think. But
whatever way he's had involvement, Matt.
That's what they go for these days, isn't it? Goal involvements. There is a Champong. A few slumped shoulders amongst the home side, thinking, oh, you were coming out, giving it hell for leather, and all of a sudden we can't get a touch and we're 1-0 down. It's come away for Chelsea in this competition, won their last 5 away games in it by a combined scoreline of 14-3. Cucurella swapping passes in midfield. Is there a danger it becomes a bit too easy for Chelsea and they take their foot off the gas a bit?
No, absolutely, Matt. You're right to say that, because at 1-0 the game is never over. And because Chelsea, as we've got the lead and we are totally dominant, we've not seen the possession stats or the passing stats. But you can love. Oh, brilliant from Tyreek George. Do you know what? That's excellent. But the ref just allowed the play to go on.
And Fernandez plays it to Sancho inside the penalty area, but near the dead ball line, sends a cross over deep to the back post, too high for Madueke. He's done that a few times, Tyreek George, hasn't he? His hold-up play's been really good back to goal.
First touch is brilliant. Once it goes into his feet, he then having a look at the goal here. It's the run from Dewsbury Hall that leaves the space for Sancho. It's an absolute record. But again, that pass from Enzo to Sancho, that's where that particular passage of play ended up. But yeah, Tyreek George's hold-up play, the first touch is key. You know, I felt up until his goal at the weekend, Jackson, I felt he was misfiring. Once he scores the goal, everything he seemed to do was the right thing, whether it be the first touch backwards or the first touch to spin or the first touch to hold the defender off. He was making the right decision. Tyreek George, actually, even though he's not seen a lot of the ball, what he has done well.
Here it's with Findell, who scored the own goal here against Rapid in the quarter-final first leg. There's Danielson, who might have scored one tonight. Stenson then on for Findell again, looking for a winner inside the right channel, but it's going to be shepherded behind for a Chelsea goal kick. In the 27th minute of the first half, that Sancho goal separating the teams. That's 34 in not even 10 and a half games in this competition for Chelsea, averaging 3.3 per match coming into this one.
You can see there that Sancho, Cucurella appreciates that he's followed the fullback all the way back to his own goal line to make sure they don't get them overloaded in those wide areas, and Cucurella appreciates it because of the role he plays, inverted. It leaves that space a little bit naked in behind the fullback. Sancho sticking to his task, making sure nothing can cover it.
Champong on the ball now. Long sleeves and gloves for him tonight. Not the same weather in Stockholm as it has been in London last couple of days. Tosin gives it back to Champong. Djurgarden don't really have an answer at the moment for all this Chelsea possession.
A bit crestfallen, aren't they? I mentioned the slumped shoulders there. It's quite a frustrating game for them actually, because they probably would have been delighted with, these increments of games, get the first 10, 15, 20 minutes of a game and then say, they didn't do that. It started well, they haven't got to those little markers in games. The halfway point in the first half. And when they're down, they can't get near the ball, and I'm still not convinced. The amount of space Reece James has got in there, there's too much space for us, and we're enjoying it.
Sancho's got it left-hand side infield from him to Dewsbury Hall. Sancho hadn't continued his run.
I think he's got a run there, Matt. I don't know why he's held on to his run there, because even if he runs and doesn't get it, what he does, it takes space away from Dewsbury Hall. By holding his run, the defender can just stand. I think Sancho's got to gamble and go in behind. Chelsea giving it away.
Here's Danielson creeping his way up to the halfway line. George putting him under pressure though. Too much pressure according to the referee. Knocked him off his feet, and the free kick is awarded. Past the Cypriot side Paphos in the round of 16. 3-1 on aggregate. 3-0 win here in the second leg. That game against Rapid. Actually beat Legia 3-1 here in the league phase at Djurgarden. Ball now with Una Larsson, plays it forward. Cucurella trying to win it back off him. Dewsbury Hall gets a touch. Sancho back into Dewsbury Hall again. Here's Cucurella now looking to thread one for Tyreek George. George can have a run up against Danielson here inside the penalty area. Plays it left hand side for Sancho. Sancho's cross is deep, headed away before it could reach Enzo Fernandez, and then a nudge in the back of a Champong. No free kick, but Enzo Fernandez picked the ball up. It's come back to a Champong inside the penalty area in the middle of a crowd of players, and he couldn't get a shot away. And Djurgarden will look to break with Priska. Good tackle from Reece James.
Brilliant from Reece James. Honestly, you wouldn't call Reece James blisteringly quick. He ain't slow, but the way he uses his upper body strength just to muscle his way alongside the ball. He's going nowhere anyway, but Reece there, just awareness, upper body strength, stride for stride. Should go down to the strength with Reece. I don't know too many players that are going to outmuscle him, and there's a perfect example of it.
Cucurella went in two-footed there. Luckily he didn't make contact with the player. He's eventually managed to win the ball back off Harala. And that's with Dewsbury Hall into James in midfield. Nearly half an hour has flown by in this first half. Chelsea 1-0 to the good. Elsewhere in Europe tonight, Manchester United are 1-0 up. Casemiro scored away to Bilbao. Remember, that's where the final is. Betis still leading Fiorentina by a 1-0 in the other semi in this competition, and Spurs still 1-0 up on Bodo Glimt in North London. There's a Champong. Little flick from Madueke down the line for Fernandes. Madueke carried on his run. It's Tyreek George who picks the ball up back to goal edge of the box. Gives it to Cucurella. Cucurella across for Badiashile. So dominant here, Chelsea.
They're toying with them, aren't we? But not really causing problems. I'd like to see a little bit more in product there.
61% possession,
Yeah.
but just the one shot on target.
And that's... I was about to... I'm always going to moan. We always want more. I want more in the final third. I want to see a little bit more.
There's James clipping the ball into the penalty area. We might be about to get more. Noni Madueke's shot is saved by the goalkeeper behind for a corner.
Oh, what a chance. Noni Madueke, you should score. It's a brilliant ball. Reece James picks the ball over the top. It's on the penalty spot. He draws it straight at the goalkeeper. He's onside. What a pass from Reece. Honestly, his backspin as well to hold the ball up.
One of those, either side of the keeper, it's a goal.
Noni will know. Look, he scored 2 away at Legia Warsaw, had a big impact off the bench. He knows he should have scored.
Corner taken short to Enzo Fernandez, eventually sends a cross in, headed up into the air by Danielson, over the head of Madueke. Madueke commits a foul.
Oh, what a chance to go 2-0 up on the half hour. I don't think Noni understands how good a chance it was, mate. It's on his left foot. He's in front of the goal. And the only mistake that he's made is he's drilled it at the keeper. And I have to say, if it was the other end, I would be singing Jorgensen's praises, because he does stick out. I think it's a left arm that puts the ball over the top. But he should score.
So replay the goal that has counted tonight, because Rinner, who just made that save, is down at the moment. So play has temporarily halted. Has gone down as a Sancho goal, by the way, just as we thought it would. See the replays of Enzo Maresca celebrating it. I think climb out of 10 this season that Chelsea have faced a side that they have never previously met in European competition.
Mates and family have been talking about this. Yeah, we want to win it because no other side can say we've done it. No other side is ever going to do this, because you get the sense that the sides like Liverpool, Man United, City, have they won it? I don't think they have they? I don't think they won the cup winners, have they? So there's only Liverpool, Man United that can do it, right? Well, they're not going to be. Well, maybe Man United actually. Let me readdress that.
Well, they'd need to qualify for it first.
Yes. Although at the moment they are on the way to a Champions League spot.
Is just incredible, isn't
insane.
it?
Yes, it's insane. 33.5 on the clock here, and I want the second goal, Matt. I really do sense that they've offered nothing other than just showing their teeth in the opening 8 or 9 minutes. And at 1-0 the game is never over. How many times we've seen Chelsea, when he came to that matter, dominate them. Chance, free kick, set piece, mistake, refereeing decision, anything can change the game very, very quickly in football. Want that second goal. It's been too easy, the truth, in this game. It's been way too easy.
We've got 11 minutes of the first half to go. It might have been a tactical delay on the goalkeeper's part there, just to try and calm things down a bit. Ball played out right hand side, looking for Style. Too much on it, goes out for a throw to Chelsea in their left back position. Cucurella in no rush to get things restarted. Eventually puts it down the line up toward George. Tough one, but he managed to get it on his chest, and then it's another player gain for another Chelsea throw in almost exactly the same position on the pitch. This time Cucurella throws it infield, and Fernandes sweeps it with his left boot across to a Champong, who can cross halfway here. Bit of grass for him to run into, up against Priska now. Offloaded it right hand side to Madueke. Madueke have a run at Priska as well, and at Kosoglu as well. Picked up by George almost. Priska will be able to get it clear up to halfway. Eventually goes out of play for a Chelsea throw. And with Legia, it was because their striker was injured, but they do have a front man, Nguyen, but he's barely touched the ball.
They've got nothing. This is a... Can I remind everyone, and not like you and I know, we lost at home to Legia Warsaw. It was one of their worst performances of the year. It was a really shocking night. Ball's given away by Badiashile. Chance here.
Nguyen, he's tentative in coming forward and he's allowed Chelsea to get bodies back. Eventually it's played out left-hand side. Maybe a chance for a cross here. Champong trying to block that. Played to the edge of the box and Stenson. He moved it on quickly for Kasugi. Every time they get near the goal, the route is closed off for them. Still got it now though with Priska at the dead ball line. Plays it against James. He's going to break for a shot from Nguyen here. He did. He hit it straight into Fernandez first time. Second time round he got it on target. But a comfortable save for Djurgarden.
Just a little bit of a reminder that at 1-0 they're still in it. In the end, the shot is tame and Djurgarden claims it comfortably, but it wasn't a bad area. It's gone, you said tame. You're absolutely right, that shot. No power. It's about getting the ball on target. Well, if you can just get the ball on target, the keeper's probably going to save it. You need to take a little bit of a risk, bend the ball away from the goalkeeper, put a bit more power and done neither. But just a reminder, actually, that it's only 1-0.
Challenge on Champong. Half time not too far away now then. Just having another look at the opportunity that came from Nguyen. Second time round, he has scored 4 times in the competition so far. And they're not going to get a better chance than that based on what we've seen.
That's a good chance. It's half a good chance, all right? But he's in the penalty area. He can pull the trigger. He's got the whole goal to aim at. In the end, he just plays the balls up. Catching practice for Jorgensen. I'd like to see us be a little bit more periods of this first half where we've looked to hurt. We should be 2-0 up, but it's so easy, and that's maybe a bit of a problem for us, mate. It's so easy.
Yeah, I feel like half time is going to be an opportunity for maybe Enzo Maresca to just impress on his players the importance of making their dominance in this game count. Here's Enzo Fernandez looking for Tyreek George, back to goal edge of the box, felt he was being held, referee very theatrically waves his arms no. James trying to win it back meanwhile off Gullikson. Gullikson chasing his own pass here, he's game, but he put too much on it, goes out of play for a Chelsea throw just inside their own half. Man United now 2-0 up, playing against 10 men as well. Bruno Fernandes penalty, Spurs 2-0 up as well. James Maddison scored there. So all the English teams winning in Europe. Still 1-0 to Real Betis and still 1-0 to Brentford at Forest. 7 minutes gone in the second half in that one. Looking unlikely there's going to be an English winner of the Champions League, but the other 2 UEFA competitions might well have Premier League clubs' names etched onto their trophies by the end of the month. There's Tosin to say this was the kindest possible draw for Chelsea of the 3 remaining teams. Real Betis going well this season. And Fiorentina, who've twice been finalists in the Conference League. Djurgarden coming from nowhere, really. Here's Tosin. Cross from him to Badiashile. Up with Tosin again. And Chelsea having it all their own way here. A bit standoffish from Djurgarden. They're not sure whether to go and engage, and they're just kind of running around like headless chickens.
They're doing nothing. They're doing absolutely nothing. Chelsea just passing the... If it's 20 passes a goal, we'd be 5 up.
Here's Madueke, tight to the touchline right-hand side against Gullikson, running past him as well, easily away from him. Gullikson tried to foul him, goes to Enzo Fernandez, cut back across the face of the 6-yard box, might break for Cucurella, cleared away. It's come out as far as Reece James, edge of the penalty area, gives it to Madueke. James wants it back. Madueke's driving for the dead ball line, right across the face again. Goalkeeper got something before George could turn it in. Bit more direct from Chelsea.
Much better pace, slow, quick. Ball's on the right hand side, not a Madueke. He shows inside, then he goes. He's got a lovely burst of pace. When he's gone past you, he stays past you. He drives to the byline, cuts it across. Ball ricochets around, comes out to Reece James, finds its way back again to Madueke's feet. Again, he bursts past, drills the ball across the 6-yard box, and they clear it. And there's the sign here that Chelsea now in the hunt for that second goal, ending the half strong. 5 to go in the first half.
Enzo Fernandez with it, gives it short to James, 30 yards out middle of the pitch. Cucurella into Fernandez again, edge of the box, scoops a pass up looking for George, too much on that, easily plucked by the keeper.
He's looking for the perfect pass. And look, I understand it because he had a role in the goal in our first goal. There we go. Just wanted to get a yard of space, pull the trigger. Ronaldo gun shy at times, I think, on the edge of the box. Trying to find that perfect pass, perfect cross. So when you get a yard of space, maybe test the keeper. Free kick given away. Good pressure though, last 3 or 4 minutes. Chelsea in search of that second goal. Look at another time down the right hand side from Ronaldo. Comes across the Sancho's there, but they don't quite clear it well enough. Manawaki finds himself again, goes to the byline, cuts it across. It's get better, but either way, it's eventually cleared.
You're on halfway just for a moment there. Sweeps it across to Una Larsson. Djurgarden hoping to keep the ball for a little while, but it's easily won back by Fernandez from Gullikson. Now here's Madueke running at them again. Madueke just inside the penalty area, forced to go back out of it, but he's managed to hold on to the ball, looking for somebody to release it to maybe. Reece James tried to take over, but Priska's got it back for Djurgarden, plays it forward quickly. Now there's an opportunity for them maybe, but Jorgensen should come out and get this. Oh, as cool as you like. Beautifully done. And Cucurella can bring it clear for Chelsea. Here's Dewsbury Hall just over halfway left-hand side, checking back in field. 3 minutes plus stoppages to go in the first half, 1-0 to Chelsea.
I thought Noni could have released that ball earlier, Matt, a couple of times. He held on to it way too long. Yeah, he's had a bit of joy down there. He's played well, Noni, but I just felt on that occasion needs to release it.
Enzo Fernandez, edge of the box, moved it on for Madueke. First time shot from him, swept in 2-0. That is the goal that Chelsea have been threatening, and Madueke in particular has been threatening. And just before half-time is a great time to get it to Chelsea with some daylight in Stockholm. They lead Djurgarden by 2-0.
Well, I was just about to say that I felt Noni could have perhaps released the ball a bit earlier, and I stand by it, but because he's high up the pitch and he went down, he's still in an area and he's got loads of space. We win the ball, and let's see who wins the ball again. It might be Reece. We give the ball away, comes out to the left-hand side into Dewsbury Hall, into Enzo on the edge of the box. All of a sudden, Nani Madueke appears from nowhere, left foot, guides it towards that near post, just slots it home comfortably. Goalkeeper got no chance. Lovely finish, nice and composed, and that's the second goal that we deserve. Well done, Noni. He's played well, Noni. He's had a big involvement in this game, Matt. He's looked threatening. Felt he could have released it just earlier. I was saying I felt he could have released it a little bit earlier, but when you're on a run that he's on, confidence is high. He gets his goal again, by the way, in the Conference League away from home, and that has put some daylight, as you said there, Matt, just before half-time. The dominance has finally paid off.
Yeah, brace in Warsaw in the quarter-finals, and one for him in Stockholm here this evening. Just wonder if that second goal might mean we see some substitutions at half-time with Sunday in mind. But then you look at this team and you think, who's nailed on to start on Sunday? Cucurella, Enzo Fernandez, maybe Madueke?
Yeah, I maybe not half-time, Matt. I'm looking at it and thinking hour mark. That's where what you don't want to do is make subs and then concede a goal, 3 minutes later, and you're like, I'll be surprised if he makes subs after. I'm not saying that he won't. So he can, of course. I think we might see maybe the hour mark come up, and then he might look to make some changes. Well, the nailed-on ones are going to be Enzo. It's going to be Cucurella. It's going to be, you would have thought, Nani Madueke. Playing on the right today. Of course, he played on the left, didn't he? Against Everton. I think performed exceptionally well on that left-hand side.
He's definitely one of the form players for Chelsea at the moment, England internationals. Gullikson plays one forward, 30 seconds of the first 45 to go here. It's been a familiar tale in the Conference League, away from home, crowd bang up for it, home side trying their best, golfing quality absolutely ginormous, as it well ought to be, you would think, for a Premier League team against a side 11th out of 16 after 5 games of the Allsvenskan season. Stahl be such a fillip for Chelsea if they get a healthy lead here. Mentioned that the second leg is pre-Newcastle away, which feels massive.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Although, if we look at the second leg against Legia Warsaw, nothing is guaranteed, but you would have thought between now and the full-time whistle, we'll get at least one more now. I don't see them hurting us at all. They've shown nothing. They're outclassed. It's their fault. They should be in this competition. We shouldn't be. And we've distorted completely distorted it so far. However, a little bit of space on the left.
Here's Gullikson, slips it down the line. Cut back here for Kasugi. He couldn't link up with a teammate. Again, when they do get in a good position, they don't have the quality to make it count. Played right-hand side for Madueke now. Chelsea on the break, just over halfway, Madueke. Kasugi having to race back to get back to his usual left-back station. Enzo Fernandez then finding Reece James. Here's Cucurella on for Dewsbury Hall. Picked up now by Sancho. Infield for Cucurella. Dewsbury Hall again. Chelsea just playing at walking pace at the moment. There's no need for them to up the tempo here.
Joking. It literally is walking past. Just passing. It's have a touch, head up, have another touch, pass. Have a touch, head up, touch, pass. It's that at the moment. No one engaging the ball, can't get near it. Clueless, I'm afraid.
Big golfing quality between these two sides. Yes, they have vastly different budgets. Still, you've got to beat what's in front of you, and Chelsea doing that handily so far as Sancho looks to play it infield for Dewsbury Hall, picked up by Priska, cleared away up to halfway. Now Nguyen can be through one-on-one here all of a sudden, Nguyen, but his touch is horrible, and the shot's deflected, which made it awkward for Jorgensen off a Champong, and he turns it behind for a corner. It wasn't a good effort, but the deflection almost made it a goal.
Well, he's onside, it looks like, because Achampong kept him on. He has the shot, he's on the right hand side, he makes a run from outside left to inside. Was that a shot? I don't know, it's a shot. In the end, irrespective of what it was, it comes off Achampong, and it's a ricochet that's going in the goal. Jorgensen's got all his weight down on his right foot, he then has to shift his weight for his left, punches it behind for a corner. In all honesty, if that into the back of that, it's a free goal, but could have done.
Corner from Priska is sent deep. Reece James got to it, and then the whistle goes for half-time with Chelsea 2-0 up here against Djurgarden.
Okay, 2-0 to the almighty Blues. 2-0, Noni Madueke and Jadon Sancho. Good, huh? A good score, you know. Okay, so we're gonna be here for halftime. Let's double check on what really happened. Good game so far. Could have been worse, could have been better, like 3-4, but 2-0, I would take it. I predicted actually 3-1 to Chelsea. It looks like Djurgarden, they have really nothing to offer. You know, Jorgensen actually, he could have had his lunch quietly, heavily his lunch, drink something, sit on the beach, nothing is happening. Yeah, so that's the way it is. If you want to come and talk, feel free, because we are here for 15 minute Jadon Sancho. It was given as Jadon Sancho goal because the ball was going at the back of the net anyways, but deflected by the defender. Noni Madueke could have had 2 or 3 goals. That pass from Reece James on top. Oh my lord. How? Sorry, it's still cold here. How he didn't score that goal, I don't know. That not to send Cash App and Super Chat today to help the channel. Oaks is not interested in politics. Maresca out. No, that was from Phantom. That's the Phantom of many topics. Manchester United are leading, by the way. So let me see. Good professional kind of game so far. Aziz, what do you think about the first half?
The first half is a good game. I just want us to win this game and kill it, bury it. I want us to win this cup and throw the cup away in somewhere in our locker room. Like, we came here, we took it, put it back in our locker room, never open that cup again.
Yeah, I don't want to play that competition again. But still very complicated to win it because Betis still there. Fiorentina also still there, which are very, very good teams with very experienced managers. So you have to wait and see what's going to happen. Let's see. Manchester United are leading 2-0 and Tottenham Hotspurs are leading 2-0. It looks like it's going to be all English final in the Europa League.
No, it's 3-0 Manchester United are leading the direction.
Oh, 3?
3-0.
Okay, so I said 2, right? 3. Okay.
You said 2.
Yeah.
Man U leading 3-0. Man U has qualified.
So this is...
So this is our first time going through Spain and getting like a 3 points.
Yeah, which is good for Amorim. Amorim is he's a good coach, good manager, but he came at the wrong time. I think if they win this Europa League, it's gonna just heal everything else, because they're going to the Champions League straight for winning Europa League. So they didn't have.
My question is, sorry to you. So is it going to be 6 teams that qualify for Champions League if Man U wins the Europa?
I don't even know, because English clubs got already like the 5th spot. So is it gonna be somebody missing from finishing top 4 or top 5, or is it gonna be 6 teams? That is a good question. I have to figure out really if what is gonna happen. So the 5th place, I don't know. I've seen in the past where Chelsea didn't finish top 4. They won the Champions League. They qualify for the Champions League next season. And then Tottenham Hotspurs, who finished top 4, they didn't go to the Champions League. They went to Europa because who cares? It's Spursy. So that's Spurs against Manchester United in the final. Oh Lord, that is going to be something else. Imagine if Ange Postecoglou managed to win a trophy with Tottenham Hotspurs. Wow. All the critics, this is who we are, mate. Everything that people said about him is going to be, well, but I want a big trophy for you guys. You haven't won a trophy since ages, like 15 years plus. Now you're going to win the first time a big trophy, European trophy. That's interesting. That is going to be very, very interesting. So 2-0 to the almighty Blues. Let's go and check on some other stuff. 10 minutes to go. Less than that. Less than that. Bruno Fernandes, the captain, double for Bruno. He's celebrating like calma. And Casemiro also scored. Casemiro. So United season could be a very, very good season. Tell you now. They turn all the cries and sorrow and pain to something amazing. Yeah. So the final between Tottenham and Manchester United, oh Lord. I don't really care. As long as Arsenal don't win the Champions League, anybody else can win. Tottenham Hotspur, if they win and Arsenal don't win the Champions League, wow. Banter. Expressions is gonna kill Robbie. Best of enemy. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Nottingham Forest 0, Brentford 1 at halftime. It's good for Chelsea. Very, very good result if it ends that way. But for some reason, I want Nottingham Forest to do good because Callum Hudson-Odoi and stuff. But when it comes to choosing between Chelsea and Nottingham Forest, it's Chelsea for sure. If we can qualify us and them to the Champions League, I will be happy for Callum. But if I have to choose one team to qualify, it's only the Blues. So, yeah, I think 2-1 at halftime. Oh, 1-0 home at halftime. I still think that Nottingham Forest can go and draw the game or win it. They are playing home. Come on. They are playing home, my friends. Ruben Amorim. I think this brother is going to do very good next season. Mr. Ruben. This season been very, very tough. Came in the middle of the season. Didn't have preseason. And a bunch of players that can't fit his system. And he's very stubborn though. That dude said it need to be my way or no way. I'm not going to change anything. We're going to play this way. I can't compromise. But you don't have the players to play your system. He's going to be very lucky if he wins it in the end. But it's all good. It's all good. A lot of finals for English clubs. Chelsea probably going to be in the final. Tottenham Hotspurs, Manchester United, Arsenal, possibly. Because I'm not going to rate Arsenal off yet. The second leg, they're going to give everything. The boys are going to give everything. Because that is just like a final for them. Otherwise, they don't win anything. Second in the Premier League, every single season we're going to win the quadruple. So Arsenal still on it. They are going to fight and fight hard at Parc des Princes. So that game, I'm not going to celebrate yet. You just have to wait. It's a little bit ridiculous what Arteta said. Bring your boot, bring your jersey, your kit, your shin pads. Kick every single ball with us, be with us. And then in the end, bottle it. Bottle it in the end, so not really good. So the game is about to start, people. I came here to take some calls. Thank you, Aziz, for calling. I might be back in the end of the game. But I'm gonna put as I did the first half. Commentary, amazing commentary and everything. Stay there, stay here because I'm not going anywhere. All right? I just wanted to take some calls and I took one from Mr. Aziz, who's still at work. Keep working, brother. Keep making that dollar. Okay, make some money. So the game is about to restart. Yeah, I can see the players in the tunnel, but not out yet. So the players are going to come out very, very soon. Thank you everybody for watching, for supporting the channel. Continue to smash that like button, my friends. And today could be a very good day. Nottingham Forest losing, Chelsea winning away. I think there are so many games in the second half. You know, Chelsea could score 3 more goals in the second half. No problem. I just want to take Chris James off at halftime. And who else? Even Madueke, take him off at halftime. Second half, wait until 20 minutes to go. You put Jackson and also Cole Palmer, just so they can keep themselves in shape for Sunday against the almighty Liverpool, champions of England 2024-2025. So yeah, now it's about time management. Make sure we don't get injured. The pitch is not good because it's not a natural pitch. It's a plastic pitch, so we have to pay attention. Be careful that we don't get injured and stuff like that. So Maresca just make changes, brother. Make changes. There is nothing here. You know, 2-0 up. Make changes. Close the door. Hope to score 1 or 2. That's it. Professional work done. Next week we're gonna destroy them at Stamford Bridge. But my main focus now is on destroying Liverpool. For the first time this season, I want to beat a big team, all right? People been saying, oh, you know, you haven't beaten anybody, or the good manager and the good teams, you just don't do anything. Well, Sunday, we're going to make a statement. Sunday, we are beating them. We are beating the Reds, the champions. We're going to give them the guard of honor, you know, which is ridiculous. And then after that, we beat them. We send a clear message. We make a statement. The problem is with this kind of games, if you beat them, haters are going to say, oh, yeah, Liverpool are already in the beach. They don't care anymore. They're already on vacation. They already won everything, so they didn't take the game seriously. If you beat them, if you don't beat them, oh my goodness, you can't even beat this team. Cole Palmer is coming in. And Nicholas Jackson. So 45 minutes for them. Okay, people, so I will see you probably in the end of the show. I will open the phone again, so if people want to call and have a conversation. Let's go. Second half. Let's go Blues. Kukurea is out. Trevor Chalobah is in. No, who else was out? I just see Cole Palmer in. Badiashile getting instructions. No, that is not Badiashile. That is James. No, George. Not James. So people, stay tuned. Amazing commentary are going to start right now. Let's go.
Enzo Fernandez and Reece James are the other players who've been withdrawn here. So Jackson on, Palmer on, Caicedo on, and Chalobah on
Chelsea
too.
just bought one on the thick end of over £200 million worth of players. That's the difference. Anyway, second half has kicked off. I'm looking at left back. Acheampong has gone at left back. And we have some giants back there. Look at that. Chalobah, who's now at right back. Acheampong at left back. Badiashile and Tosun. Oh my gosh, they are the land of the giants at the back. Let's see what they do. They're in possession now on the left-hand side. I expect, I don't know what you think, Matt, I expect Chelsea club to be the inverted of the two, and Chalobah, who has been excellent of late, to be the one that plays the extra centre half role.
No changes as yet for Djurgarden, who are coming forward here. Ball goes out of play before Stahl can reach it. So they have Runa in goal, Stahl, Una Larsson, Danielsson, Kasugi at the back, Findel and Stenson, the two midfielders. In front of them, Harala, Gullikson and Priska, with Nguyen, the striker. The one true chance to half for them. Chelsea now with Jorgensen in goal, Chalobah at right back, Badiashile, Tosin and a Champon completing the back four. Moises Caicedo and Kiernan Dewsbury-Hall in midfield, and Palmer, George, Sancho and Jackson completing the Chelsea lineup.
The only thing I think, sorry Matt, the only thing I think can actually bring us down now is us being cocky, complacent. It's the only thing I can think of, that we go out there now and stroll around, hit passes like that, by the way, from Badiashile, giving the ball away cheaply in the middle of the park.
Badiashile looking to win it back, chance for a shot from range here though. It was a decent hit as well, smacked by Priska and just wide.
Right on call, right on. Come on, that's not good enough from Badiashile, taking liberties with that pass. Drilling, he's not even drilled a ball, lofting a ball in the middle of the park. That's what he's done, he's taken a liberty there. Do the simple things well.
Here comes Dewsbury-Hall storming forward for Chelsea. Chance for a shot maybe, moved on to Tyreek George. George looking for a place to let one go, and he did, but he couldn't get it to bend back the way that he wanted to, and it's harmlessly behind for a goal kick.
Yeah, just on Tyreek George there, man. I think he's got to keep up wide. His run comes inside, he narrows, he makes the defender's job easy. I think what he's got to do is stay wide. By coming inside, makes the defender's mind up for him. I think and if he stays wide, I think Dewsbury might even be able to pull the trigger, because he's come inside, he's narrowed everything there, Tyreek George. He's inside again, come out wide. That's what we've done well first half. The width we saw from Sancho, and we saw out wide from Noni Madueke. He stretches the pitch, makes the pitch big. Stay wide.
Here's Badiashile going back to Tosin. His first Chelsea goal in this competition, way back in there, 8-0 against Noah. Chalobah then stabs his foot at it. It almost comes through from Nguyen, but Chalobah will get it in the right back position. He's able to turn and play it infield to Caicedo. He's got the captain's armband on. Plays it forward immediately, looking for the run of Jackson. Defender got his head to it though. George then trying to get to the ball, was beaten to it. So George's right hand side. Sancho left, Palmer in the 10. Out with Kasugi, the left back now. And he goes back up to Gullikson. Stenson gets a touch. And Nguyen moves it off to Kasugi again. And his cross hits Chalobah and goes behind for a corner. Bit of encouragement for Djurgarden start the second half.
Well, the first 4 minutes nearly of the second half started pretty much the way the first four started. They're still, as you can hear, in carnival mood. There's a little bit of encouragement. We've not started particularly well. A little bit sloppy. It's going to be an outswing up. Well, that's definitely not inside the quadrant. I don't care what anyone says.
Got to be touching it, hasn't it? But it's not.
Yeah, it's overlapping at least. And the referee, to his credit, has spotted it.
Just about is now, I would say, from Stenson. He's waiting to send this over. Two arms in the air, left-footed delivery, out swinging to the edge of the 6-yard box, headed away by Chalobah, and then hit on the volley and just wide, only by a couple of centimetres, with Jorgensen rooted to the spot. It was Findel who smacked it and almost brought Djurgarden back into it.
It's a brilliant strike. It's cleared, edge of the box. He's on, clears to the edge of the box, I'm sorry, and he drills it right foot. It's an excellent strike. I'm not impressed with the way we started, Matt, actually. A little bit sloppy.
There's a Champon from left back, marching up to the halfway line. Short from him, looking for Palmer. He did well to get it under control. Over back to Badiashile. Now Caicedo has it. And play it across for Chalobah. Chalobah on for Dewsbury-Hall. Dewsbury-Hall left-footed, going across the centre of the pitch, back for Tosin. And Badiashile for Dewsbury-Hall again. Dewsbury Hall once more. Chelsea happy to just keep the ball at the moment rather than let Djurgarden build up any momentum.
Yeah, just look at that substitution with Palmer and Jackson. There's as much about them trying to get a goal. I know Jackson scored against Everton, but Palmer, link-up play between the two. Maybe there's an element of trying to spark something there, Matt.
Left-hand side at the moment on the ball.
The shape hasn't changed. We've got two 10s or 2 8s, depending on how you look at it. Dewsbury Hall and Enzo in the first half, but basically just played as double 10.
Here's Tosin inside the centre circle, across from him to Chalobah. Move it out right-hand side for Tariq George, looking for Dewsbury Hall. Kicked out the play for a Chelsea throw-in. Dewsbury Hall quickly gets it off Enzo Maresca, tosses it to Caicedo, moves it on first time for a Champong. He gives it to Badia Shield. This is more like the fact of the first half, with Chelsea having all the ball in Djurgarden, not really knowing what to do. Sancho then can't link up with Palmer as he was intending to. It's broken for Gullikson. Gullikson plays one into the channel, looking for Nguyen, who gets there and turns away from Chalobah, who slips, and Nguyen plays a reverse pass and he managed to pick out a teammate, and the shot is smacked into Tosin from Priska, and he's going to spin behind, just about for a corner.
Do you know what? They've looked more like scoring in the opening 5 minutes of the second half than at any point in the game. Yet our side is stronger, and there's a sloppiness. Maybe some of the players are still adjusting to the pitch, the pace of the game, whatever you want to call it. But the truth is, we haven't really started in the second half, and they believe that there's something in this for them, and I don't blame them. Another set piece to defend. The last set piece whistled past the post, if you remember, on the edge of the box. A volley coming in.
Stenson again, the man to take it again. It's an outswinger, and it's glanced on and brilliantly saved by Jorgensen, who got a big strong paw to a header. I think it was Danielson who connected with it. Chelsea trying to get it clear meanwhile. Caicedo edge of the penalty area. And now a Champong can maybe lead a break. Gives it to Palmer. Palmer feeds it left-hand side for Jackson. Maybe his first touch of the ball here, Jackson. Coming into the penalty area, driving. No room for a shot. Goes to the dead ball line, cuts it back toward George and Dewsbury Hall. Neither can get the touch. And eventually they'll be able to get it away, but they'll be disappointed they haven't scored here, Djurgarden.
Yeah, I mean, a free header. Jorgensen does well, straight down his throat. He should save it, but nonetheless, it was a good delivery. They're first to it. It's an outswinger of a corner. Jorgensen does see it coming from enough of a distance, but we've yet to really start in the second half. Bit of space for Palmer on the left-hand side, however. He's
managed to ride the first challenge. Gives it left-hand side for Sancho. Terrible ball. Looking to get it back for Palmer. Cleared out of play for a throw-in by Una Larsson.
Just wonder whether this is what you're going to see. They're going to have a go for the first 10, make an effort. Chelsea adjust to the surroundings. Everyone gets a touch of the ball, and Chelsea get back into that dominant force that we saw in that first half.
Now Dewsbury Hall maybe shooting position, look to feed it through for Jackson instead. Too much on it, goes behind for a goal kick. Yeah, it's a pretty similar pattern to the first half.
There's the header. It's on the edge of the 6-yard box. Glances it in. It's going in, by the way. But Jorgensen should save it. It's a good save, but a save he should make. Straight at him, tips it over the bar. To really get going in this second half. We are 9 minutes into it. I have to say, I'm going to give them some credit. They've come out and shown that they've got to do something about it. Damage limitation cannot be on their mind, and in fairness, they've come out and they're having a go.
It is only the second time they've played a European tie against an English side. You have to go back to 1965 for the last one. They were beaten 7-2 on aggregate by a Manchester United side that included the likes of Bobby Charlton and George Best. Nice. Badia Shield playing one left-hand side for Sancho. Badia Shield's got it back again, goes all the way back to Jorgensen. He puts his foot through it first time and launches it up to the halfway line, or over the halfway line in fact. Picked up by Danielson. Palmer not really able to get involved in the game so far, couldn't beat him to the ball. 10 gone second half, still 2-0 to Chelsea. So in the right back position for Djurgarden, ball played up toward Priska, who couldn't make it stick. And Tosin rolls it into Caicedo. Caicedo not a regular by any means in this competition. Could start both legs against Copenhagen though. on the ball there, and he gave it short to Jackson. Third goal, and not only the game, but surely the tie is over as well.
You would have thought they've I'm going to give them credit, as I did a couple of years ago. They're having a go, actually. There's a little bit more about them. They're playing higher up the pitch. They're a bit more expansive. They're not sitting deep. To be honest, we've not helped ourselves with some of the passing and a little bit sloppy. Still waiting for our second half to start.
Danielson rolls it square, gets it back from Una Larsson. Danielson now looking forward inside the centre circle. 11 gone second half. Chelsea still pretty comfortable, but a couple of opportunities for the home side since half time. I've just reminded the Blues that this is still a competitive game just about. There's Danielson again. Scored from the penalty spot away to Artur Vienna in the quarter-final. And through the other scores, Manchester United 3-0 up, incredible, sailing through to the final by the looks of it. Still 1-0 to Real Betis, by the way, against Fiorentina. Spurs 2-0 up on Bodo Glimt, and in stoppage time, Brentford on their way to beating Forest 2-0. The score there. Here's George. Jackson sweeps it out right-hand side for him. Here's George again, near the point of the penalty area, trying to get away from Nguyen. Dewsbury Hall then feeds it out left, looking for Sancho. Didn't get the pass right there, and it's headed back to the goalkeeper, Runner.
George had a bright start on this right-hand side, actually. Lovely little 1-2, gets on the end of it, cuts back, fake plays the ball into Dewsbury Hall. Sloppy pass on his part. But Tyreek George showing how versatile he is, and he's had a number of appearances in this competition. I know he's played everywhere across the front line now. I remember him playing out wide left, he's played out wide right, now played down the middle. Proving a valuable member of the squad in games like this.
And in the Premier League as well, it's one thing tapping one in from on the goal line away to Laguerre in an easy game, but to score the goal he did at Fulham, well, could be priceless.
Yep, absolutely correct there, Matt.
Kasugi plays it infield, still no changes from Djurgarden. He played into the Chelsea penalty area, chance for a shot from the edge of the box from Findel, which was blocked.
Unconvincing, aren't they, at the minute?
Djurgarden looking more likely to get the third goal of the game if there is one.
Unconvincing, a little bit sloppy, a little bit loose with everything at the moment, we are.
There's Kasugi, plays it left hand side for Gullikson. Touch now for Danielson. Chelsea with banks of players lined up defending. Gullikson trying to find a way through. Deflected off Jackson. Very nicely for Priska, but he couldn't keep it under control. Now Sancho will look to break for Chelsea. Plays it out left hand side for Palmer. He's trying to feed Jackson over, hit his pass, but Jackson still might be able to get there. Oh, they've made a terrible mess of it, and Jackson walks it in for 3. It's an absolute shocker for Djurgarden, but Nicholas Jackson doesn't care about that. He gets his first Conference League goal. It might be the one that sends Chelsea to the final. Danielson and Rinya with a horrible mistake between them. Danielson's essentially scored 2 of Chelsea's goals tonight. Nicholas Jackson gets the credit for that one though, and the Blues are 3-0 up.
It's going out of nothing. The pass from Palmer's overhit. I can't quite work out what the goal. The ball barely gets inside the box. Between the pair, give Jackson huge credit. He's chasing a lost cause. He's turned a bad ball into a good ball. He shouldn't get there. I don't quite know what's happened between the pair of them. The defender for me has got to deal with it. Having said that, the goalkeeper's on the edge of his box. He's not. Both of them are indecisive. Jackson stole him. He's managed to put his foot over the top of the ball. I wonder if this plastic surface has had something to do with the way the ball has spun in his path. Take nothing away from him. Brilliant finish, brilliant to close down. He's made a bad ball into a good ball. 3-0, and that should be, he hesitates because of what happened against Legia Warsaw, should be tie over. But well done you, chased a lost cause. Actually the pass from Palmer, Matt, by his stand, that's not good. He's overhit and you've got to angle that away from the goalkeeper. In the end, well done Jackson, chased the lost cause. Chelsea 3 up.
And how quickly football changes, right? We've gone from saying, oh, Nicholas Jackson's not scored this year yet, so he's got 2 and 2 now.
Well, I made the point that I wonder whether this is why Palmer's on. I don't know whether Palmer can get an assist on that. He probably will, you know. However, most important thing is we've got that first goal in the second half, an hour on the clock, and actually it's a moment of the game where I feel that Djurgarden have probably been the best performance they've shown in this game, but nothing to show for it. And again, the gulf between the two sides is evident.
Chandler with the ball in his hands, waiting to take a throw from the right back position, just past the hour mark now. Chelsea 3-0 up then. What a night it is going to be for the Blues, not just in Europe. But Forest dropping down to 6th, the way things stand. Chelsea are going to be in 5th place on goal difference going into the weekend's games. And Nicholas Jackson has got his groove back. If we can get a Cole Palmer goal, we'll consider this the perfect night.
That's your bingo card ticked off, isn't it?
No injuries in the Palmer goal.
Yeah.
And then Liverpool on Sunday. Is Chelsea going to give them a guard of honour, Jace?
Well, it's the modern game, isn't it? And I don't know when that crept into football.
Can you do a guard of honour but turn your backs to the players as they come out?
Well,
maybe say it's a Poznan or something. Yeah, it's a bit unedifying, isn't it, the prospect?
The first one I remember was Jose Mourinho at Old Trafford and Sir Alex Ferguson. I think Sir Alex may well have used that as a bit of a tool in which to say to his players, face the pain, this is what you've got to do. It's a modern, it's one of those things in modern football that means absolutely nothing. Don't mean it.
Give them a guard of honour and then beat it and take that.
Well, I'm not sure how great they are. And their work is done. Our work is still to be done, so maybe it's not the worst time to play them.
Tell you what, Man United being 3-0 up's pretty helpful as well, isn't it? Because it looks like their minds are going to be elsewhere by the time they come to the bridge.
Correct. That's a very good point, Matt. Final home game of the season on a Friday evening under the lights. But their last season was an unbelievable.
If we get a quarter of the drama,
yes,
we'll be happy with that. A couple of changes coming up now. Harala is the first player going off, and Mayu is coming on for him. And Tenho, the Finland international, is also coming on. Isaac Animehu Mulugeta is the surname he goes by. He's got Animehu on the back of his shirt. He's an 18-year-old coming on. So a couple of changes then for Djurgarden. But really, they are on a hiding to nothing now. To emphasise that they have massively overperformed to get to this stage of the competition. But the distance and the quality of the two teams has been plain to see. Maybe not since the first whistle, but certainly since the first 10 minutes. All over at the City Ground. Forest have lost 2-0 to Brentford. Chelsea 3 goals to the good and cruising to victory here. Here's Jackson. It'll be fascinating to see who and when the final Chelsea sub is, as Dewsbury Hall races forward up to the edge of the penalty area. Looks to find Palmer, who wasn't a great pass, but he kind of stopped his run. He has eventually picked it up left-hand side.
Slightly overhit, I think, from Dewsbury Hill. Does well, Dewsbury on the right-hand side. Carries the ball a good 25-30 yards, actually. It's on his left foot. I'm not sure it's a difficult pass. He just slightly overhits it, and Palmer hesitates. Oh, ball's won by Caicedo. It's the box. Jackson.
Oh, Jackson,
Whoa!
Brilliant. 4-0. What a goal. Caicedo does fantastically to win it edge of the penalty area. Jackson rolls it from one foot onto the other and somehow scoops it, but with power, into the top corner of the net. The away supporters cheering. That is an absolute beauty from Nicholas Jackson.
Jackson on the second half hat-trick. Can you believe it? 3 goals in 2 games. But it's all about Caicedo winning the ball on the edge of the box, but there's still so much for Jackson to do. The ball is given away. They get their pocket pinched on the edge of the penalty area. Jackson reads the pass. Caicedo reads the pass. Goes to Jackson, edge of the box. He then leans and kind of scoops the ball towards that top corner.
Rolled from right to left and then into the top corner. So it's a really great goal.
It's a really smart finish. Rolls his left foot over the ball, creates a little bit of space, drills it towards that top corner, Goalkeeper no chance. Jackson 2 second half. Well, that's what we wanted to see. Put them to the sword, make them pay. And the substitutions, in particular Jackson, have had the desired impact. 2 subs combining. Djurgarden 0, Chelsea 4. And that 5th goal that we spoke about, more in hope than belief, is on the horizon.
Last substitution's got to be a kid, surely. Mayuka and Reggie Walsh, the 2 who are on the bench. Mayuka is a striker by trade, but he can play on the left or right of the 3 as well. Walsh is a midfielder who's only 16 years of age, but this tie, never mind this game, is finished. Djurgarden still waving their flags and chanting and backing their team till the last. As Jorgensen plucks across from the sky.
Yeah, what I want to see now, Matt, for the closing 24 plus minutes is us be professional and don't give them a goal, because I've seen it too many times, us giving up goals in games where we shouldn't this season. Let's make sure we keep a foot on that throat and punish them again. In fact, I don't think we played particularly well second half, bizarrely.
Well, gifted 1 goal and another one's a worldie.
Yeah, it's very odd. But again, we're labouring the point now. The quality between the 2 sides is now really starting to show in the scoreline, not just what we've seen on the pitch.
Yeah, Sancho, Champong. Sancho in the left back position. Poor pass to a Champong who couldn't control it. Djurgarden get it back. Here's Nguyen. Move it on the left hand side or shoot himself. He gave it up to Gullikson. He stands his cross up toward the far post. They should get a goal here, and they do.
There you go. There's what I'm talking about. Trying to play offside when there's nowhere there's an offside. Clip a ball towards the far post. A comfortable game that we're cruising in. You give them a lift. Seen it too many times. So not quite sure what Trevor's doing here. They're holding a line. It's a lovely ball at the far post.
It's Mulugeta, the 18-year-old who's just come on, who's headed it in. What a moment for him.
I don't know, that's annoyed me.
It's a poor goal to concede, isn't it?
We've really got to, we're looking forward to next season. If there's something that we can really change, is when we're on top in games, we're still conceding a goal. I mean, it's just...
Well, here goes Caicedo storming through at the other end, rolling past the challengers, teeing it up for Tyreek George, and George has a shot as they're still announcing the goal here, but it's deflected. And then a Champong wins a header on the edge of the box. Let's see what the Chelsea reaction is like. So far it's been good, but here come Djurgarden again, trying to get another opportunity with Priska. Goes back through to Jorgensen. Halfway through the second half, 4-1 the score. Well, the home supporters have had something to cheer at least.
Yeah, it's taken a real gloss off this for me.
It's all about game state, isn't it? If Chelsea go 1-0 down and score 4 times, you think it's great, but when they're 4-0 up and cruising and concede.
Yeah, yes, of course, but it's a part. It's who we have been this season. Conceding goals when we're on top. We rarely keep clean sheets. We're not. I know we have of late. More often than not, of late, we're guilty of conceding the first goal and making hard work for ourselves. Fulham, Ipswich, but clean sheets. There's something about that feels polished. The performance, professional, polished, doing the job. Everyone doing the job right. Just let it slip. Chance here though for Palmer.
Good run from Palmer. Couldn't get the shot away though. He's just a bit tentative at the moment. He'd made the run, he'd got the ball under control, but then he thought about it and eventually commits a foul.
It's on his right foot. He's had a great first touch. Yeah, everything is kind of second guessing himself a little bit, do you think, Matt? It's a lovely run from outside. He's on mile onside. First touch is great. Pull the trigger. Yeah, he wants it on his left foot, I think. I think he wants it on his left foot, and he gives the free kick away, which just puts the heart on the back, and he needs a goal, the boy, doesn't he? Needs a goal.
Winning 17 coming into this game, which you would have thought was unheard of a year ago. 20 minutes left in the first leg of this semi then. 4-1 the score. Tyreek George on the ball on halfway. Caicedo and does well under pressure. Badiashile then moves it out left hand side for Sancho. Sancho just over halfway. Here's Badiashile. Djurgarden not really able to build up any momentum after that goal. Chelsea have done well to keep the ball from them since then. Caicedo for Badiashile. There's Dewsbury Hall now. And for George once more. George driving, then checking back inside. And back to Dewsbury Hall again. Chelsea just playing keep ball at the moment. They need to expend too much energy.
No, and they've just dropping a little bit deeper, aren't they?
Palmer out left hand side for Sancho. Sancho teasing and tormenting as he gets to the dead ball line, then he runs out of room, goes behind for a goal kick.
A bit disappointing that. Come to nothing. Lovely space on the left hand side. Sancho showing quick feet. Goes one way, goes the other. Hesitates, thinking he was going to pull the trigger, have a shot, and then goes on the outside. Maybe stumbled slightly on the surface, the ball goes out harmlessly for a goal kick, which has been taken.
Taken up toward halfway, met by Tosin on his chest, takes a touch, flicks it with the outside of his boot, picked up by George inside the centre circle. Managed to move it on for a Champong. Cross comes in from Palmer, looking for Jackson out to Dewsbury Hall, edge of the box. Dewsbury Hall trying to force his way through, couldn't quite manage that. Picked up though by Caicedo. Here's Jackson, right hand side edge of the penalty area, infield to Dewsbury Hall. Back with Jackson again, and now Caicedo. There's Chalobah. So as it stands, it's going to be Chelsea against Betis in the final, because Betis are 2-0 up on Fiorentina. Anthony, what a lone spell that's turned into for him. Man United still 3-0 up away to Bilbao. The Spurs now 3-0 up against Bodo Glimt as well. A Dominic Solanke penalty, the latest goal in that game. Caicedo playing one forward. Almost picked up by Jackson.
The games that walking play, there's no pace about the game at all at the moment.
It's almost like they'd settle for that now,
yes,
isn't it?
Does,
not concede anymore.
I was about to use the expression of, accepted their fate, but they've just got the last goal in this game. And the crowd have been, as you can still hear, they've been ever present throughout this game, even though there have been some disappointing moments in this tie for them. They're still very much in good voice. If they get another goal, that really will annoy me.
He's the man who got the one they've managed so far. Mulugeta moved it out to Nguyen. Nguyen threading one through. A chance here for Kasugi, and the shot's deflected, and in the end that helped Chelsea out. It goes behind for a goal kick.
Do you know what? It could be 2-4. It's a lovely little ball that's played. It's one of those balls that's played diagonally, but under hit in towards the edge of the 6-yard box. He spins and somehow manages to spin and then right himself, and the ball manages to find itself at his feet on the edge of the 6-yard box. Pulls the trigger, just a ricochet behind after a touch of the Djurgarden place. Goes out for a goal kick, but I'm going to say it, Matt, not been impressed with that second half performance at all, even though we've got 2 goals to show for it.
It's almost like the changes have disrupted things, which is a daft thing to say when one of them's got both the goals we've seen in the second half.
No, I agree with that. Don't seem to have as much control of this game than we did.
Yeah, on the left-hand side, Kasugi plays it infield. So Mulugeta back to Stenson it goes. And Djurgarden rather tentative when they got the opportunity to come forward. Eventually flashed out wide right for Stahl. Managed to get it under control. Sancho, the defender, back there with him. Stahl playing it infield. Chance for Stenson. Now Nguyen looking for a 1-2. Chamber made sure it didn't reach him. Picked up by Kasugi. And it's decent possession, but is there any penetration to go with it for the Swedes?
There's kind of mini half moments or half chances. There's a little 1-2 that was intercepted on the edge of our box. It reached its intended target. He's in on goal.
Sneaky's touch. Will slip then from Caicedo. And the shot from distance is a really terrible one, which goes harmlessly behind.
And goes to the run. It slightly fortuitously finds its way to the feet.
Sugi hit it into his own man. Mugeta. Chelsea's last 2 games in Sweden are against Malmo. Wins in the Champions League group stage and the Europa League last 32. There's Caicedo inside the centre circle. Again, Chelsea just playing at walking pace. No need for them to up the intensity. Shield moves it left-hand side. There's Sancho. And Caicedo. Jackson, Dewsbury Hall. Caicedo out right-hand side for George. Nice take first time. George on 1 with Kasugi. Gets the block on. Chelsea get their first corner of the second half, just their second of the game.
It's better from George. Keeping the width, not coming inside, not making... As a fullback, you want to be as narrow or as close to the centre half as possible. If you hold out wide, he's got a decision to make. Yeah, you want to be close to your centre half, but if the ball goes as it did out to George, you've then got further to travel to block the cross, which he does actually. Dewsbury Hall in swing.
Palmer's there for a short one if he wants. And makes his way into the penalty area, so Dewsbury Hall is going to go direct into the near post, looking for a flick on, breaks for Palmer, trying to pass it in, beaten away by the goalkeeper, hit a Champong on the head, and then Caicedo commits a foul. Almost the moment for Cole Palmer.
Yeah, it's a corner, although I think it was intended to go to that near post. Finds its way on the edge of the box. Palmer then just side foots, it's gone safe, instead of putting his laces through it. Not dissimilar actually, Matt, from the position he found himself in against Manchester United. On the edge of the box, that one he drilled with his laces. Very different Cole Palmer. Slightly different because the ball was coming at him. A bit straight. It's gone safe. A decent save, but a save the keeper should make nonetheless.
Djurgarden creeping up to the edge of the Chelsea penalty area with Stenson. And he rolls it across. Can't find a way through the Chelsea bodies though, Djurgarden. His style trying to do that right hand side up against Sancho. And just to hold him up. Really good defender from Jadon Sancho. Palmer clears it away up to halfway, looking for Jackson. Let's go all the way back to the goalkeeper. Time running out now, 78 on the clock, 4-1 Chelsea. Djurgarden had their league game postponed so that they could get their preparations done for this match, coming into it unbeaten in 3 after back-to-back defeats. Slow start to the domestic season for them. Well, we're going to have plenty of time to focus on that, it looks like. There's Nguyen at the dead ball line, gets his crossover all the way across the face of goal and then missed from 6 yards out. Oh, they really should have scored then. Manager with his head in his hands. They could have had a couple of goals in the second half here rather than just the one. Djurgarden, it was good play from Nguyen. Managed to get his crossover. Well, maybe it bobbled, if we're being kind, in front of Stahl. But it should be 4-2.
Isn't it strange how we've taken a 4-goal lead and I don't think we've been great. We had 1 or 2 moments. Disappointing's the word. First half was much better. They've had to come out and be a different team. They found themselves 4-0 down and they're the more likely to get the next goal. There's an energy about them at the moment. Don't be surprised if they score here, by the way. They look the more likely to get the next goal in the game, and that will be a bitterly disappointing. Bearing in mind we've gone 4-0 up. If they get the next goal, and they drag it back to just the 2-goal advantage, I'm not quite sure how Maresca's going to deal with this in his post-match, but he will not be happy.
Victor Berg has come on in the meantime for Kosugi. For the home side, 10 to play. Improvement to be made by Chelsea despite having scored 4 goals away from home.
Yeah, the subs have not had the impact. You would have thought the quality on the pitch is of a different standard with Chelsea, but actually the quality on the pitch has dropped. There's an energy about them, the sharpness. It's the box now.
Chance for a shot as well. Instead, to tee it up for Berg, and then a foul on the edge of the box from Caicedo.
This is not good enough. This is not good enough. The second best. Second best.
Inside the final 10 minutes, if they can get a goal.
Yeah, this is very, very poor.
By Caicedo.
And it is a foul.
Get to the goal scorer. Well, this is a shooting position. 22, 23 yards out. Dead central. Anticipation around the stadium. Nguyen, one of the players over the ball.
This is an argument between Badiashile and Tosin.
I think it's the goalkeeper and those in the wall talking about the organisation to get this up and down over Tosin, Chalobah and Badiashile is going to be tricky.
Well, it's the one problem he's got. It's more central than they would have liked. They're like an angle on this.
Goalkeeper's come up to have a word. And Berg, the man who's just come on. Stenson.
They've been saying that he's line the wall up. They're going to try and probably. So Chelsea have got the wall. There's that draft excluder. I wonder whether they're going to try and go through the wall where they are, where their players are. There's a player in offside position. That's not a crime in itself. He's now in an onside position.
Yellow card for Caicedo there, by the way. Here comes Nguyen, got it round the wall. No power on it. Easy catch for Jorgensen.
82 on the clock. I'm just this game over now. Very strange second half performance, it really has been. Sloppy, start well. We get 2 goals out and I think that we're in cruise control. It's about how many more can we score, but no, that's not how the second half has played out.
Here's Tosin. Now Nicholas Jackson leaving it out for Palmer. Flick it down the line for Sancho. Sancho coming back up to a Champong. 25 yards out, goes back to Chalobah. Chalobah creeping forward, thinking about a shot, and in the end he served it up for George, right hand side, back with Chalobah again. And Caicedo, he goes all the way back to halfway, and Tosin, short from him to Caicedo again. Now they've been game, Djurgarden. They are chasing shadows for large periods here.
That's a good press though, that they're going up as a unit. They're not. We're happy to go backwards. So far back, we've got to the left hand side. A bit of space though.
Caicedo just inside his own half, offloads it to a Champong, gives it back to Caicedo. Champong's carried on his run, feeds it down the line for Sancho. Need to slip it for Palmer, and eventually cleared away and out of play for a corner.
Yeah, that's a nice little passage of play, moving a bit quickly. Caicedo very much part of it. There's confirmation on our monitor that Caicedo did pick up a yellow card. I'm assuming it's for the challenge and nothing he said now. It wasn't the worst thing, that was a free kick.
I think it might have been for what was going on before the free kick actually, because it was a long time after it was awarded that he got the booking, but so long as he doesn't get one next week, he won't have to worry. Right, corner then for Chelsea. Who's third of the game, 84 exactly played. Dewsbury Hall, one arm in the air, over on the far side, the left, clips it in toward the penalty spot. Tosin rises, got something on it, couldn't steer it goalward, and cleared away, all the way back to Jorgensen from George.
George being that sweeper. That's what Jorgensen and Chelsea now drift back into our shape. Tosin and Badiashile now the 2 centre-halves. They were the ones that were up there for that set piece. That George made his way out to the right-hand side. I'm not quite sure what Maresca's going to make of this second half performance. He's made the changes to we said that 20 minutes into the second half, it paid off. So he's pretty much there's a bit of space out left-hand side.
On halfway, you can feel from him to Caicedo, bouncing all around in the stands. The Djurgarden supporters. Here's Dewsbury Hall, edge of the penalty area. Too much on his pass, right hand side looking for George. George has managed to keep it in play just about. In his way. George still has it. Comes back up to Chalobah. Inside the final 5 now. Champong then for Caicedo, difficult one to get under control, picked up by Jackson. Chalobah again. There's Palmer out the left-hand side for Sancho. One-on-one with Stahl. Goes back to Palmer. And Sancho again. Now Benoit Badiashile off for Tosin. Tosin punching it into Dewsbury Hall. Dewsbury Hall flicking it to no one in particular. And be able to bring it clear here with Gullikson.
Trevor reads it well. Nice play, nice, neat and tidy for Trevor. This is better than Chelsea controlling the tempo. Djurgarden, it feels like he may well have seen the best of him in the second half. Just maybe energy levels, Matt. Looking at the clock now, there's 4 to go. They put a lot into the second half, you know, and maybe the tank is running on empty.
Here's Palmer looking to take advantage of that. Left-hand side out to Sancho it goes. With a Champong. Sancho again. And they've all got their scarves out now. They're holding them aloft, the Djurgarden supporters. Back with Badiashile. Champong again. Caicedo's touch, looking for Jackson and the give and go. Jackson's managed to win it back. Chalobah wants it served up his way. Instead it goes right hand side to George. Chalobah carries on his run into the penalty area. Down the line for him at the dead ball line. Look to cut it back. Deflected behind for a corner.
Good run from Chalobah. It's an underlapping run. Ball goes out to George. Chalobah. That lanky run that he's got. He's got such a wide stride pattern, hasn't he? And it's going to be the final substitution for Chelsea.
And a significant one as well. A debut for 16-year-old Reggie Walsh. By my reckoning, he is the 3rd youngest player in Chelsea history after Ian Hamilton and Kingsley Whiffen. He's only played 27 minutes for the under-21s, this kid. He's not started a game for them. He's coming on in the European semi-final at 16 years of age. Well done him.
Indeed.
What an achievement. Chelsea playing in an under-16 final tonight that he could have qualified for.
Congratulations to him and everyone attached to the academy, his parents and everyone that's had a role in that journey. It's only at the beginning, by the way. Well done him.
Palmer, meanwhile, playing it out to Sancho. Sancho inside the penalty area, looking for room for a shot. Teed up for Walsh. His first touch, he almost scored. He batted it straight at the goalkeeper. 25 yards out. What a hit that was.
Wowzers, that would have been some story. Straight at the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper going hard. The strength of the shot on the edge of the box stings the goalkeeper's arms. He gets something behind it, bounces away. In the end, does go behind for a goal kick, which is taken. And a free kick has been given to Djurgarden. Well, what a story that would have been, Matt.
Absolutely incredible. It's Tyreek Georgie's place he's taken, by the way. We're just going to see it again on our monitor. He's hit it first time, drilled it low, nearly broke the goalkeeper's wrist.
Yeah, Jackson was in an offside position. That's eventually what happened.
Other goals to tell you about. Bodo Glimt have pulled one back in North London. 3-1 there, and Fiorentina have also got one back. So 2-1 in the other semi-final in this competition. Man United still 3-0 up at Bilbao as Berg sends a cross over, and the header goes harmlessly wide as we head toward the final minute of the 90 here.
Yeah, where the goal, very not dissimilar to where the goal come down the left-hand side, a floating one towards the far post. Enough on it. Watches it harmlessly go behind for a goal kick, which he's about to take. So minutes are going to be added. Now, there's been some goals, there's been some subs. Don't know having the ball away, but there's a Caicedo is on it.
I know it's a nice game to come into. There's something happening off the ball here, and Chelsea players did not like a challenge there at all.
It's gone into this way. A bit of frustration creeping in now. Where the second half performance on Tosin has come over. Caicedo held on to the ball a little bit too long, and Tosin has got a yellow card for his involvement.
Protest.
Yeah, doesn't it get involved there, Matt?
It was Gullikson who made the challenge, and Tosin ran out to defend his teammate.
Yeah.
Caicedo it was who was fouled. Gullikson gets a yellow too. Just 2 minutes of stoppage time. That's because of the state of the game, I think, as much as anything else. It's really silly from Gullikson. Pushed over.
But his yellow card, the referee's yellow card comes out of his pocket straight away. Tosin reacts. I think it's the aggressive nature of Tosin. A bit of frustration, but it's before the second half there. Even though it's been easy, it's disappointing to see that a reaction like that. It shouldn't be one of frustration. And Stride have been the better side. They're going to qualify for the final. That clean sheet record is still very much something that we need to work on next season. There's no doubt about that. Concede too many goals in games where we are much the dominant force.
Here's Chalobah finding Dewsbury Hall. Walsh, who's at least had an involvement in the game. Squad number 81. There's Palmer on the ball. Game nearly done now. Globally, I mean, it's a great result, isn't it? And Chelsea scored 4 goals away from home, and I guess that's what we should be focusing on.
Now listen, it's just a frustration because this should be at least a 4-goal margin, and we took Legia Warsaw back to Stamford Bridge with a 3-goal margin, and it could have been 2-0 down in that game. I know you remember that, I sat next to it. As I said, a bit more ruthlessness from us, and I don't want to be too critical because we've won the game and we've been convincing winners. I'm just looking for perfection at times, and I felt tonight was an example of why there's still so much more for us to learn as a club. We're still a very young side. It's a brilliant victory, take nothing away from that. Jackson gets his 2 goals second half, but if you're going to be brutally honest, as a Chelsea fan, as I am, it could have been better and should have been better. However, all things considered, we have got a lovely victory. If you'd asked me before the game, Matt, I'd take your arm off, but at half-time I'd have said, you know what, I think we can do better than that. However, well done, boys. We bring them back to Stamford Bridge with a nice advantage. On to Liverpool on Sunday, and of course, sandwiched between that and Newcastle is that return leg. Well done. Comfortable victory.
Yeah, looking like on for a place in the final at the end of this month. Goals in the first half from Sancho and from Madueke, and then a brace from Jackson in the second half. Mulugeta pulled one back for Djurgarden, but surely Chelsea have got one foot in the final here. Return to come at the Bridge a week from tonight. That'll do us for this evening, though. It finished in Stockholm. Djurgarden 1, Chelsea 4.